Never give up. Never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to smoke.
An engorged penis.
Well, hello and welcome. Welcome to Son of Liberty Radio. How is everyone doing the week after American Independence Day? Because we're still alive and we're still free. I mean, obviously, people in Florida had bad storms and it sort of came my way, and we've had nothing but rain for 5 days. And I had to go buy a new car last Saturday. So there's that. When Kevin comes on, we're going to have to talk about how we're going to have to change our show a little bit, because I saw some comments about falling asleep in our show, and I'm really worried that Kevin is not exciting enough, and we might have to do something to spice things up so that, you know, Janine and Skip don't fall asleep during the show. Skip's not even here yet, but I see Janine and Shannon and David and Tom and Bruni and Matt and Mallory's here. Tom Morowitz is here. I think I said Thomas. Tom and Thomas, both. Tom Morowitz and Thomas Kursop are both here. Amanda Gallagher, David Moyle, Omicidal Maniac. So there's people here and they're listening to us talk about stuff, vaping stuff. We're going to talk about vaping stuff tonight, and politics and tweets. Hey, let's go ahead and bring Kevin in, because Kevin is going to be happy. He's been upset and mad and sad for like 6, 8, 10 months because Simon Chapman had not banned me, but had banned him. And now, apparently, after my tweet last week, challenging, you know, the number of people that downloaded his papers, he blocked me.
Congratulations. Way to go. Good job.
Is that a ribbon? Is that like an award? Like now I'm one of the cool kids because Chimp Man has finally blocked me.
Oh.
Is this a feather?
It's a badge of sorts, because
but now I have one less person to pick on.
You tried so hard. So all you got to do is private browser, look his Twitter, just twitter.com/Simon Chapman 6. It'll pop up. You can't see everything on there, but you can see the gist of it. From now on, that's a you've been blocked tip.
I mean, let me go ahead and throw it on screen just so I can get a consensus from the people in the chat room. Really, is this tweet like blocking material? I mean, really? All I did, he was celebrating you can't even see it anymore because obviously he's blocked me. So this tweet where he was congratulating himself on having 125,000 downloads, and I was like, is that a big deal? Because my anti-Simon Chapman podcast has over 500,000 downloads. You should aim higher than being a tobacco harm reduction science denier. Come on, Simon. But
he can't deny science. He doesn't understand it.
Well, apparently, I called him a science denier, but we're going to talk about science gatekeeping later.
Can we do hard-ons and hot flashes too?
Oh yes, we're going to talk.
Good.
Well, I mean, obviously with the number of old dudes that watch our show, we need to talk about that. I mean, obviously I have the soundbite of engorged penis still playing in the intro.
What is the fascination with tobacco control in my penis? What is up with that? You got
well, I mean,
puff and stuff.
Now, no. Puff and stuff. Stanton Glantz is only concerned. I mean, if you look, the 2 times that I've seen him speaking on that subject matter, it's always been about teen boys' penises.
Well, that's true. So there's that. And then it's under the desk, Paul. Something about pasties for Skip. Maybe we should wear pasties. I saw Janine say something. So hard-ons and hot flashes concern me, Patrick.
Well, I mean, at your age, I understand.
Yeah.
At your age.
I prompted Demetrius to volunteer for the study. He alleges he has a problem keeping it down. So,
I mean, he's a happy man. So yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah. So
is that what they've got left though? That's it. Hot flashes and hard-ons. That's what you got.
No, when you get old, I mean, that's. Mark Sliss just said, "Yo," I mean, he's piping up, so it must be important to him too. Hey, Mark Sliss.
Hey, Mark.
So we've got. I put stuff in the show notes, Kevin. That with links.
See that.
With links. I was already preparing, and that's about half of the other link. The links that we're actually, we're going to talk about those links, but we're going to talk about even more stuff because there was so much stuff that I couldn't put it all in the show notes and get it done in time because I was running a little late tonight.
Should we clean your car?
I do have good note. I do know because the other cars, the dirty car's gone. Like it's gone. It's gone.
Thank you, Liana.
So Addie's here too. Did you see Addie? Addie's
here.
So it's pretty cool. We're with the cool kids now because Addie's here. We talked about, Kevin.
What
we talked about this WHO guy a couple weeks ago.
Ahmad or whatever.
The WHO gave an award to the health minister of India, and he's the guy that was responsible for basically locking the doors on all the vape shops in the country.
Yep.
They gave him an award for tobacco control, right?
Yeah.
So this week, I did notice that our friend from Inco, man, my brain's Samrat.
Is it okay? All right, I'll accept that one because you don't really have any friends. I just want to clarify that.
Well, Samrat's been on the show.
But nobody likes you.
So Samrat Chowdhury, the current president of Inco, he actually tweeted, and he's been on the show, guest of the show. He tweeted that he was celebrating that Dr. This guy here, Harsh Vardhan, who is now the former Minister of Health. You see how he updated his tweeter? His tweeter is already updated to former Minister of Health. So anyway, this is the guy that the WHO just gave an award to.
Samrat, right? So
Samrat said, "Fired, good riddance," and which is good. That's great.
Where's
so his degree should be. So I'm scrolling because I like to keep in touch with my friends. Dr. What's his name? I already forgot his name. But anyway, this is the second time this dude has been the health minister of India and got fired. So just a couple weeks after he received an award from the WHO, he gets canned. And I'm not saying that he got canned because of his mishandling of vaping, but he got canned because of his mishandling of the COVID and vaping. Yeah. So I retweeted my friend, Samrat Chowdhury, the president of INCO. I said, looks like the health minister of India. You remember the one that the WHO just gave an award to for banning vaping and forcing smokers to keep smoking? He lost his job today. Maybe they could give Michael Bloomberg an award and he'd disappear too. Or Greg Hunt, the health minister of Australia, because he needs to be on the dole too. So that was good news number one, starting earlier. I mean, this started early in the week. I mean, this was great. This was July 7th that this all happened.
This is before hot flashes.
Yes. We might try to do this in chronological order. I don't know. We'll just see how. But yeah, I'm so happy. So I wanted to start the show out with something good. So this asshat lost his job. Excellent.
And some asshat blocked you.
And well, I mean, I can't tell what day that occurred, but obviously, I'm happy because apparently that means that I'm one of the cool kids now that Simon.
But how are you going to learn anything now that you can't see his information? See, that's counterproductive, is it not? Because he's got a 38-year assessment of how to be a good advocate, and if evidence changes, we should too. Advocates are humans, and we should listen to them. They bring something to the table. I've linked that beautiful blog that Simon's done on the show. Well, I've linked it in chat.
Have you read his? I mean, obviously, I guess you've read some of his so-called missives. His excellence from a person that's supposed to be a well-respected and learned person. His tweets come off almost like he's like a bad comic.
He is a bad comic.
He's like an insult comic. That's all he does is get up there. Yeah. I mean, nothing that he says has any veracity to it. So all he does is he down talks to everybody. I mean, I down talk to a lot of people too, but usually it's because I have facts behind me.
Right. Yeah, he's demeaning. He's demoralizing. He does prick.
That.
Now I guess now he's not ever going to come on the show. Thanks a lot, Patrick.
He's blocked me now, so he can't even see my invitations.
I heard tell there's a little birdie was telling me that Skip isn't blocked by him. I don't know why. We'll have to work on that.
I know that Thomas just put in the chat room that he's not blocked.
We'll invite him on.
So maybe we'll get Thomas to tweet for him. Well, then if we
ask him about his hard-on.
We'll get there. You're really focusing on those hard-ons today and those penises.
I'm worried for the audience.
As many years as we've been vaping, it's all shriveled up by now. So there was one ironic tweet from the 4th of July because we did the last show was before the 4th of July.
Yeah.
So I did want to point this out.
I still got all my fingers.
And you can't really. I mean, you bought the little snap popper thingies,
Right. Yeah.
And you can't really blow your show off for that or blow your finger off for that. But I did want to point out that FDA, not FDA tobacco, but FDA on the 4th of July, they tweeted this little video, this little 4th of July video. Happy 4th of July from the FDA. Yeah. And I think everybody knows that the 4th of July is to celebrate independence and our founding fathers and people that we hold in high esteem, standing up for their own freedoms and right to make choices. I mean, really,
individual choices.
Really, the no representation or no. They wanted representation. They wanted a voice in their government. They wanted to be heard.
Yep.
That, I mean, really, that's what it was. Is they didn't want to be ruled by people that weren't listening to them.
Correct.
They were not given any representation in the British government because the king, was in charge back in those days. King George.
Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of ironic because the FDA has done nothing for the last decade but tell us no. They've literally done very little as far as I can see from a consumer point of view about interfacing with the people that they really want to govern.
No. They've not called me once. I've left my number.
Yeah. So I tweeted. I said, this Independence Day tweet is heavy with irony. Celebrate your independence. Unless you chose, they're saying celebrate your independence, and that's unless you chose to quit smoking with it, or not if you chose to vape. Because we want to have control over how you choose to change your life. So we want you to rely on our judgment and control, and we want to decide how you quit. No independence for you. See, I did the soup Nazi thing. No independence for you.
That's right.
So that was, I feel like that was,
You've done better than that this week, though. That was good.
Oh no,
I was proud of you actually.
That was okay. I got
It's like a 7. You had a 10. You're a genius.
Kevin did call me a genius one day this week, so there is that. Everybody, when we get to that, I will defer to the viewer's judgment.
I'm having some hot flashes now
about how genius I am. So let's start. We're slow rolling, Kevin. We're building.
All right, come on.
We're building.
We're building. Slowly over time.
We can't give it all at the beginning, man, because
roast do. I like to roast the frog. You like to boil the frog.
Then they'll just leave if we give it all the fun stuff at the beginning.
Well, I took my nap. Skip, I'm assuming, still taking hers.
Well, she forgot to set her alarm. But the good thing is we are, I was told because of the social media thing.
Yeah.
That and all the people getting banned and blocked and stuff that we need to decentralize our show.
I don't even know what that means.
And I was like, how much more decentralized can we be? We don't have one major platform. We're on 3 video platforms.
Mm-hmm.
Our audio show goes on like 40 or 50 audio platforms.
Yeah.
I don't, and obviously no one platform owns our content. It's all over the place.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much more decentralized we can be, Kevin.
We don't have one specific.
Obviously, a lot of people watch us on Facebook because the chat feature is so more convenient for them. But YouTube has that as well. And then obviously, if you go on Periscope or Twitter, you can also comment there. So, if we were to get blocked by Facebook, which would probably hurt for a few minutes until everybody moved to one of the other 2 places. And then obviously if we get kicked off of Facebook, that gives it, because we can be on 3 different platforms. That's what I pay for. If we get kicked off Facebook, we can always go to like Twitch or something else.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what Periscope and Twitch are. I'm not on those. I just got on Instagram recently.
Periscope is the Twitter video platform.
Ah.
So we're live on Periscope. If you download an app for your computer, if you go download your app for your phone, or you go to the Periscope website and log in with your Twitter account, you can actually view us on Twitter or on Periscope. And then obviously that immediately gets populated onto my Twitter feed, and then you can watch it there. But it is harder to get comments off of the Twitter. Obviously I'm monitoring Twitter so I can see what's going on over there, but don't Kevin or Ed is already stirring up trouble, Kevin. He says, I can get us us, like he's one of us. I can get us kicked off of Facebook.
Old guys rule, don't they?
He's trying to stir up shit already. So,
oh my goodness.
Did you see? I sent you the link, so I know you saw it. A while back, well, it's been more than a while back. I've been saying this for a long time. Obviously, as soon as tobacco-free nicotine came out,
yeah,
and you know what that is, right, Kevin? Tobacco-free nicotine. It is a lab-created synthetic nicotine that has never even never even seen a tobacco plant. Like it is so far removed from. But there are companies, and we have friends that are in the vape space that actually use tobacco-free nicotine, and they're hoping that is a route around the FDA deeming
viability. And
yes. Now, I mean, some of y'all are so new that you don't realize this, but the day after the FDA announced the initial deeming, which is in 2014, the very next day, they had a conference call, and anybody that knew the number could dial in and listen and ask questions. And there were a couple people that we know. Greg Conley was there. He asked questions. There was a couple other people that were there that asked questions. And one of the questions was, what about nicotine that's not from tobacco?
Yep. And
this is in 2014. They said, FDA's response was, well, we fully intend to regulate that as well.
Because thanks for letting us know.
So, obviously there might be some sort of legal finagling that can happen, but I mean, their intent, and they stated it back in 2014, was we're going to get that too.
Yeah.
So I've been saying this for a while, and I've been, I've talked to my friends that are in the industry that use that product, and and they're like, yeah, we know, but we're just trying to diversify and hopefully get to be able to sell our customers and help more smokers and so forth until we get caught or until FDA says, do as you're told.
Yeah. Do as you're told.
So this week on July 3rd, actually, this blog was written.
Oh, looky there.
By Grace Kong and Suchitra Krishnan Sarin, who basically spends a little bit of time talking about tobacco-free nicotine and how FDA needs to step up right now.
Oh, they should. I'm telling you.
Needs to step up right now. And then I'm not going to read the whole thing, but, they're talking about Puff Bar. Puff Bar's the new jewel. Puff Bar's the next target.
It's already an illegal product, yes?
Right. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
But let's talk about it anyway.
But wait, there's more. So anyway, they talk about how many different companies are already marketing tobacco-free nicotine. And they name a couple big companies, Air Factory and Aqua Vape, and I'm assuming this is supposed to be Black, BLVK, Cloud Nerds, Up 5 Pawns, Glass, Mega Milk, Moo Liquids, and Zuka. And then different brands that are, Blue Bar. I guess that's some sort of Puff Bar variant, Cali Bar, Exotic Bar, Ignite, Pachamama, Puff Labs, all these companies, Dinner Lady, which is one of the largest e-liquid companies in the world, is I think I've heard somebody talk about them before. So, they're specifically talking about, hey, these TFN e-cigarette products present a quandary for FDA regulations. Quandary. The Tobacco Control Act gave the FDA jurisdiction over tobacco products that contain nicotine derived from tobacco. It is in black and white in the actual legislation, in the actual legal documents.
But you can't milk an almond.
Yeah.
And how many times have you cut into you like meat? How many times you cut into your steak and milk has come out of it?
Never.
How many times? Never. Okay, I'm just checking.
Now, when I cut into my steak, it's usually blood that squirts out because I do like it to be just walked through a warm room. But
do you hot flash it?
So I love this. Look at this word, this sentence. It is critically important to also note that the term tobacco-free nicotine, TFN, is being used to refer to both nicotine derived through a synthetic process as well as nicotine that is derived from tobacco but is purified to remove anything except nicotine. So
look,
I would need my chemist friends. To verify is anyone selling tobacco-free nicotine that is not synthetic, that is tobacco-derived nicotine that has been purified.
We don't
to remove all of its tobacco-ness.
We don't call gasoline dinosaur, do we?
Well, we do call it fossil fuel.
Fossil, yes, but not dinosaur.
Well, but dinosaurs are fossils. So, for example, newer TFN patches like the Zen and the Velo, which are becoming very popular amongst youth.
Yeah, of course.
The claim that they contain purified nicotine derived from tobacco, while other nicotine pouches such as the Zen and the 2-1, I'm assuming that this 2-1 is actually supposed to be Zone. I don't know. Claim that they contain nicotine not derived from tobacco.
Oh my God!
So I know that the people that make tobacco-free nicotine own the TFN, which is their trademark, right? That's theirs.
Patent.
So there are other companies that are making synthetic nic that are not being marketed as tobacco-free nicotine. I know that. I mean, I don't know everything, but I do know that. So there are other, and this is TFN's logo here, right? And they're making this nicotine pouch.
Nin. All right.
Nin. Well, if you ever watch
is it 2 N's or 1?
Monty Python, you'll get the knee joke. Knee. Anyway, so yeah, I mean, I bring this up just for the purposes of one more way for us to say we told you so.
Oh yeah, well, do what you're told.
So if you think that Grace Kong PhD and Suchitra Suchitra Krishnan Saran PhD from the Yale School of Medicine went to the trouble of writing this thing and going and finding pictures and posting it on as a blog for the BMJ. Your head is up your ass. Bloomberg probably paid them money. I don't have proof, but I said probably. Probably paid them money because he's going to hold this up in the next time he goes to a politician and says, you need to not only focus on banning these flavors. Now we have to focus on banning nicotine in general.
Dr. Gardner had a great graphic this past week. Did you see that?
That's also on the list. That's on the list. That's on the list.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll do as I'm told.
Man, you're just trying to jump the gun and go out of order. And
but Patrick, let me ask you a question because Yolanda just brought it up.
What? Where?
So first of all, second of all, and third of all, first it's flavors, then it's nicotine, right? Then it's concealable. Which is it? Is this conjecture?
Yeah.
What is it? Which is it? Is it brain?
They're going to throw everything against the wall and see what sticks.
Hard-ons and hot flashes. So,
yeah,
if you keep trying, eventually you're going to be wrong. So far, they've been wrong.
They've been wrong pretty regularly.
As close to right as can be, in my determination, and it's amateur at best. It's amateur. is Dr. Farsalinas telling us that cinnamon is bad for us. And
How
that's
dare
as
he
close-
say that?
That's as close to bad as I've seen yet. There's a little bit of the menthol thing we talked about last week, or whatever that additive is, RY24 or something, the menthol shit. So you got to know that as a consumer. You have to know.
Mm-hmm.
If I pick up a screwdriver and it says, well, Jesus, you could poke your eye out, Kev, well, I'm going to pay attention to that, but I appreciate knowing. I'm still going to make the choice to use that screwdriver. Or I'm going to find a screwdriver that might not poke my eye out. Maybe it's better advertised. Maybe it's got a big safety thing on it. So there.
RY24.
Whatever that.
WS23.
Yeah, that.
Man. So
I'd have to look and see what it is.
hey, Kevin, there's this thing called the Society for Research on Nicotine and Tobacco, right?
All these fucking posers. Yeah, I know who they are.
Okay, so the society, I'm just gonna throw this
Society. Think of the first word, society.
on. Society
Think of
for
society.
Research
Fill your tanks, fill your drinks, and let's move on.
on Nicotine and Tobacco. So
Society.
their mission is to stimulate the generation and dissemination of new knowledge concerning nicotine in all its manifestations. And tweets are not endorsements. That's what it says right there on their
Society. The aggregate of people living together in a more or less ordered community, an organization or club formed for a particular purpose or activity. Let's see. Go on. Oh, take your hit. Who cares?
So
Society.
on July 7th,
Yeah.
hey, there's Jennifer. Don't ask. Don't ask, Kevin.
I got a meme of her.
So
Don't ask.
So they're
No rain, nor sleet, nor hail, nor except for Patrick. We will always deliver.
they're requesting for people. They're requesting for people to submit applications to be able to present at their conference, and they're taking submissions from July 7th through August 11th.
Oh, good.
And then they put this PDF file. They put this PDF file up, and this is their instructions. This is their call for abstracts. They're telling people that they want to
Are you
X,
old?
Y, and Z.
Can you rub it?
You want me to rub it?
Hard-ons and hot flashes.
All
Hot
right,
flashes.
let's rub it.
There you go. That's a
All
little
right,
better.
this is me. So they're having a hybrid conference, both in person and virtual, or entirely virtual. And it's depending on how things play out in the coming months. So their thing is in Edinburgh on March the 2nd through the 5th of next year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they're saying, please send this information. And then they're talking, they're patting themselves on the back. It says SRNT encourages submission of abstracts describing cutting edge research in nicotine and tobacco. Abstracts should summarize empirical research findings that have not been published or presented elsewhere before this meeting.
That's an all-inclusive statement, isn't it?
Yes. The society invites submissions for organized symposia, as well as individual paper and poster presentations.
Wow.
All abstracts will be evaluated based on scientific merit
What?
by peer review. You see that right there? All abstracts will be evaluated on the basis of scientific merit by peer review.
Well,
That's
there's half-assed, right?
Okay, that's a lie.
Look at shit. Yeah, that's half-assed bullshit.
That's a lie. So it is the expectation that trainees who lead the work would also present it rather than principal investigators or supervisors. So that's ridiculous. That doesn't matter. That's just saying that the author won't be the presenter, but somebody who's been educated and trained on that paper will be the speaker. So, the rest of this is pretty general, right?
We're going to send in a shill rather than the guy that actually did the work.
Right. So, all this is
all
pretty
inclusive.
Is pretty normal, right? This is over here, and then over here it says, here's how you submit, and this is how you create your submission, and it's just instructions on how to do that.
That's good.
And then paper, you can do paper only, or paper in a poster, or symposia, which is sitting around in a room and talking about shit in front of an audience.
Crayons, yeah.
So then this is all of the buzzwords that they're looking for.
Lots of stuff they know about, huh?
Right. More instructions on how to prepare your stuff, blah blah blah.
Things a scientist can do.
This is how to do it. This is how you become one of us. This is how you get to come and present your important findings.
Bring your I love me wallpapers and everyone.
Symposia submissions can include an indication for a separate peer review for each abstract. La la la.
If the submission is rejected, wow, look at that.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
If we don't like it, we're going to reject it, and then
Right, and then obviously there's a section over here.
No.
Where did I find? Did I lose it already?
There
was a very important.
Right there's sentence. In red. In red's kind of nice.
All authors, that's the paper, poster, or symposium, are required to complete a financial disclosure form, which is great, which is important. I think that's fine.
Does anybody use the words tobacco taxes
and submit a curriculum vitae, which is if you're an academic, you don't have a resume, you have a CV, a curriculum vitae.
Right.
Right. So there just so happens to be a sentence in here somewhere, and I think I've lost it, but they did say in here, if you, and I'll find it in a minute. If you happen to receive money from tobacco companies, vaping companies, anybody that we don't like, you can't come.
Yeah.
So my response is,
right there.
Right at the very top. Effective immediately, individuals who are ineligible for membership in SRNT, including but not limited to employees of commercial tobacco companies, employees of entities that are in part or in whole owned by commercial tobacco companies, or other persons affiliated with, employed by entities affiliated with the tobacco industry, are ineligible for participation in the SRNT annual meeting. SRNT will no longer accept abstract submissions or conference registrations from these individuals.
Patrick?
What?
So if I work in public health, as Alex in Australia said, well, in reference, yes, I've worked for tobacco money because I've been funded by whatever their health group organization is. So don't they all get it? Almost all get it?
Alex Wodek is who you're talking about.
Thank
Alex
you.
Wodek said in the select committee on tobacco harm reduction committee meeting in Australia, they asked him that question, and he said, I spent like 30 years working in London in the hospital in London.
Yeah.
And that was a public health or a publicly funded hospital. And they get money from the government, and the government gets money from tobacco sales. So,
okay.
Yes, I guess I have, but then I came to Sydney. I came to Sydney, and I worked at the hospital in Sydney, and again, it's a public option for healthcare in Australia. And he said, I also worked here, and again, the government is funded by tobacco sales, so I assume that some of my paycheck came from tobacco tax money. And then he turned to the politician, and he said, well, and you work for the government, and the government derives income from the sale of cigarettes, so therefore you also are being paid for by big tobacco.
So somewhere along the lines, all these people, let's just generalize, all these people somewhere along the line at the society have the special people have some tie to tobacco money indirectly.
Yes.
Is that my okay? All right.
I would assume. I would
want to
assume
be sure.
that
I don't want to have perjury.
depending on who their funders are, whether that's a government entity or
NGO?
somebody, that yes, if they're being paid for on a federal level in the United States, if they go through NIH, some of that money probably came from tobacco tax. So this is the SRNT's tweet about submissions. So a very good friend of ours, Clive Bates, who has yet to appear on the show, did tweet, and he summarized the guidelines. He says, guidance to applicants. 1, please ensure any science submitted supports the prior policy positions of the SRNT org board. 2, be sensitive. Members can be easily upset if exposed to new things they don't agree with already. And 3, it's not about being right; it's about being righteous.
Okay, yes.
So that was tweet gold already.
I love Clive. He's way more genius than you.
That was tweet gold. But I did quote tweet him, or in your words, over tweeted him.
That really tasted like sarcasm from Clive, and I love it.
So I felt like it was time to call them as I see them. And I said, way to build a wall around science, SRNT org. Try to lock out innovation. I'll let you in on a secret. Science doesn't care where it comes from. Bad science will fall when scrutinized. Are you afraid? Let everyone in and be scientists. Find the errors if they exist.
Yeah.
Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid? What does it matter who paid for the science? If it's good science, it doesn't matter who paid for it.
No, the reason they think it's better for them to have the science first, Patrick, and I've blogged it and I've tweeted this. If you say something, I have to figure it out and counter it. If I get it first, I can spin it any way I want, and then it's your problem later on. That's the society. That's the prejudice. So the narrative is the prejudice, period. It's not public health.
But
it's
everybody's been looking for a gateway for years, Kevin. Everybody's been looking for the gateway. Well, it looks like SRNT found the gateway, but it wasn't the gateway to smoking. It was the science gateway.
I overtweeted you on that.
And
actually,
now
go back to your tweet.
Go back to my tweet.
Yeah, and then look at
my tweet.
Look at the quote.
Let me click. Well, there's one we tweet, but there's no quote tweets.
Oh, I thought that's the one I did.
You
Never
lied.
mind.
I think you lied.
Never mind. No, I was misinformed.
So they are now, they built a gate, and the gateway to science is there, but then they closed the gate and put a lock on it.
For sure.
And they're only letting the people that they want in to the science.
Mm-hmm. See if I can
see. But anyway, so Mark's List did reply to my tweet.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't try to over tweet me or quote tweet me, which is the correct term, Kevin. He said, I think at this point, they would be best characterized as building a wall around their ideology and keeping science out. No. And I said, refusing to allow scientists to present their research because of funding source is gatekeeping.
That's the one I overtweeted.
SRNT is afraid of any science that challenges their established opinions. They're afraid someone will present and they won't be able to find anything wrong, so they lock the gate.
Okay, now go to that one.
So if I click on this one and then I click on the quote tweet, that's going to bring up your one. And you're saying verbal and published public stimulation of lies must be narrated, protected, and supported at any cost. You dropped this, Patrick, microphone. There's a hammer there. There is a gateway public health has been talking about. Here is the gateway that public health has been talking about.
Exactly.
So, again, I think everywhere that Kevin uses the word public health, in most cases, he should be putting the words tobacco control
and twits.
And control should be all caps because that's all they're concerned about is control.
Control.
With like a big K instead of a C.
Big con. So
yeah.
if I have if I've got a widget and I'd say, well, this thing can actually glow in the dark, and then I hand it to you and you don't see that it will, you can take it scientifically and go, well, yeah, I guess it does, but it doesn't do it right. Or it doesn't, hello, you beautiful humans. It doesn't do it unless you do this. So you're proving me wrong or proving me right or proving yourself wrong or proving yourself right. That's how science works in my, little noggin.
If you are a scientist and you only care about science, Kevin.
Yeah.
If all you care about is the purity and the independence of science, then you're not afraid to allow another scientist to come and talk to you about their science, unless you're afraid that they're going to prove you wrong or you won't be able to find any flaws in their science.
And of course there can be flaws. That's part of the decorum.
I will be the first to say that vapors in the past have been rather critical of science that doesn't say what they wanted to say.
Yes, including me.
We've had several instances where Dr. F has brought something out and people didn't like because they disagreed with it. Right. But guess what?
He's right.
It's still science and he's still right.
And nobody's proven him wrong yet.
Because he's
to my knowledge.
I've literally read everything that he's published, and I don't disagree with any of his findings. And now, that's not to say that I'm an expert, but that's to say that all of the stuff that he's published that I've read and understood, I have found credible.
Or explained to me, because what the hell does this mean? Comes out of my mouth more than not.
But this is not just. I mean, obviously, we've talked about our friends that are scientists having difficulty in the past getting their stuff reviewed, finding peers that would agree to peer review it, finding places for it to be published because people want to,
I'm not touching that one. Right. Exactly.
So, I mean, Dr. Glover has had difficulty. She is the section editor for the Journal of Harm Reduction. She's the tobacco harm reduction section editor, and getting papers, getting peer reviewers to peer review so that she can publish these works is hard, difficult. And then obviously with her Twitter account being suspended for all that time, she had no way to disseminate that information. So she asked us that we offered and helped spread her stuff when we could. Other great people like Hamish and other people on the show and on Twitter did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not the first time they've tried. This is the most blatant gatekeeping of science that I have seen, though. This is pretty blatant.
The I love me wall credentials except they're prejudiced. It's prejudicial, if that's even a word.
It is
to say everybody but me or everybody but you and you and you because we're afraid.
They are afraid.
They are
Be
afraid.
Be
why can you?
Afraid.
Why is it then about public health? Allegedly, it's not about public health. It's about egos and hot flashes and hard-ons.
Now, speaking of Dr. Glover.
That was a bad segue, but all right.
No, because I mentioned Dr. Glover, in the last segment before you got all wordy and crapped all over my segue. Friend of the show and 3-time guest of Son of Liberty Radio.
Lovely human being.
When she was on the show the last time, remember we talked about first we talked about the principal looking under the stalls in the bathroom,
mm-hmm.
the girls' bathroom, and then we talked about the list, the they have a suicide watch list at the school. And we talked about mental health and all this. So I'm not claiming responsibility for this. He did go off on that topic and wrote a new blog or op-ed, or I don't know what the term would be. But anyway, the headline is "Moral Panic About Vaping Diverting from Youth Mental Health," and this is Dr. Marewa Glover. So, high school principals whipping up a panic about students vaping are distracting attention from a far greater threat to teens. High levels of depressive symptoms and suicidal thoughts, says behavioral scientist Dr. Marewa Glover. The question we should be asking is, how many students do the schools have on their suicide watch lists? And how many students have they lost in the last 1 to 2 years to suicide? How many students have been kicked out of school for serious misconduct involving sexual harassment, violence, drug use, and dealing? She said when interviewed by Radio Watia on Tuesday, July 6th. The New Zealand Herald recently reported on June 23rd that murder and rape threats were being sent to Albany senior high school students via Snapchat, confirming the threat of sexual assault is one ongoing reality, undermining students' sense of safety at school. In the 2019 to 2020 year, among violent assaults intended to cause injury reported by the police, including sexual assaults, over 9,300 of the victims were young people aged 10 to 19. I mean, sexual assault threats to a 10-year-old.
Right.
Kevin.
Right.
The real crisis school principals, media, and the government should be focused on is the high levels of psychological distress threatening rangataya. And I apologize to any of my Maori people. I cannot say this word properly. Rangatahi well-being, said Dr. Glover. One survey of high school students, the Youth 19 survey, found that 23% had significant depressive symptoms, 21% had serious thought about suicides in the last 12 months, and 6% had actually attempted suicide. Instead of responding with help to the clear and loud warning signaled in the surveys and Ministry of Health data, high school principals are running around peeking under toilet doors to find students vaping. They have lost perspective. Some, but not all young people engage in risky behavior, but the risk of harm depends on the activity. So to bring this into vaping and supposedly the increasing youth epidemic of vaping, we've discussed many times on this show that people smoke because of a lot of the stuff that's mentioned in this piece. You know, depression, stress at home,
but Patrick,
trauma.
They don't know that because they're too focused on other stupid ass bullshit. And
even when Dr. Glover was on this show, I said, you know, if they've already got a list of suicide watch list at this school, then they probably have a good starting point for reaching out and talking to these kids about tobacco. Hey, we see that you're having a bad time. Are you smoking?
Yep.
Do you need help? We're here for you. That's what a guidance counselor is supposed to do, right?
Yes.
So I invite, and the links for this are in the show notes on Facebook. So Kevin doesn't actually have to throw them in the chat room. Unless he wants to. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But a lot of the content in this piece was stuff that we talked about on this show with Dr. Glover.
Yeah. So I'm
not going to say that she stole her content from our show because she was a guest on the show. And
so if my job is to know nicotine, if that's my actual definition of my job, I'm a tobacco control expert or whatever it may be, public health, there's a zillion things to know. I can't expect them to know it all. But if you're just for a split second curious as to why people use nicotine, as we've learned over the past 6-7 years for me and the film, and I can't reach my hat, then you go, well, these children are depressed and they're suicidal, and there's reasons they're doing it, quite possibly. Just take away the rebellion for a second and go, there may be something bigger. But what tobacco control does instead is they lie, and they say it's addictive, and they say it'll fuck with your brain. Well, okay, and now you're brain damaged. So they're diverting from what's going on. Oh, well, they smoke or they vape. Oh, they're bad kids. Now they're just bad kids. Now they pigeonhole these fucking kids, and then these kids are on suicide watch. Where is what's missing from this fucking picture? The professionalism or the truth? Or both?
Nick, we need to change your wording. Nick just typed in the chat room, I am nicotine dependent. That is all. I don't like the word dependent because that means that you couldn't survive without it. You are dependent on
that.
Nicotine. I don't like that word.
I don't like freebase.
It's better than addicted. But
I don't like freebase.
Really, I would prefer, because we know that nicotine has beneficial context to it, that it has beneficial effects. Mm-hmm. So I want to use the word nicotine modified or nicotine enhanced.
Enhanced, all right. I almost accept dependence.
I think no, I don't like dependence, because you and I know when we were smokers, the first thing we did every morning was light a cigarette. Whether we were on the can first thing in the morning, go to the can, light a cigarette, or whether you went outside and smoked a cigarette before you started all of your routine. But he has accepted my term.
I am caffeine enhanced. I love my caffeine. I am in love.
You can even use the word reliant. I rely on nicotine.
Reliance. I like reliant.
Dependent just makes it sound like you can't stand on your own 2 feet. I don't like that.
In a public health definition, dependence and addiction are two different things. Carl Phillips, love to hate him and hate to love him, has said it's not addiction. Nobody's defined addiction in its truest alleged form.
There's a great video on YouTube by Father Jack Kearney.
Yes, there is. 2014.
Describing 2014. Describing the difference between addiction and dependence.
One of the first things I ever saw.
Dependence and addiction look a lot alike, except for the fact that addicts, the term addict is very insulting for one thing.
Broad.
It is.
Very broad.
Are you? She's not even here, and you're talking about her.
Cranky old. Supplemented.
So
shark infested.
I invite you. If Kevin wants to go find the link to Father Jack Kearney's YouTube, he can do that. I'm doing too many other things to open another window to do a YouTube search.
Father Jack Kearney.
Kearny.
And why? I think Ed probably will find it faster than I could on the chat, but we'll see.
I mean, Ed's already offered to get us kicked off Facebook, so I can't rely on Ed either. Back to the SRNT though, I did notice.
Yeah.
That you got your knickers up in a crimp. About Ruth Malone's tweet.
I like my knickers tight and pleated. Alice is a pain in the ass to begin with. She's been on the fence since I can remember.
What did she say that upset you?
See, the very last word, very, very last sentence, it's not about studies on tobacco, but about public health. This is not about public health, Ruth.
No. What did Ruth say?
What did Ruth say?
That upset you?
The whole thing.
So that the listeners can hear it, Kevin.
The whole thing. Wow.
So she said, wow.
I see.
Yeah.
RNT finally decided to bar tobacco industry people from its conferences. They heard from a lot of members and former members just how they felt about it, and they listened. Good move. It's not just about studies on tobacco, but about public health. Period. That's her tweet.
So I mean, obviously she's doing her congratulatory,
Ruth thing.
Ruth thing. She's like, okay, so we're gonna bar these people because we don't like them, and therefore, since we don't like them, they can't possibly submit something that has any value.
No contribution to society whatsoever.
We don't like them at all, so we're not going to accept their science, regardless of how, verifiable and well-formed and intelligent
replicatable.
It is. Yes. So, we don't like them, so they're not allowed. This is like you remember, I'm sure you remember this because at your age, this was a very popular kids show. There used to be a little show called The Little Rascals. They had me
and Ed used to watch that all the time.
Alfalfa and Spanky and what was that? What's the guy with the
Buckwheat?
Buckwheat, yeah, Buckwheat. And other kids, Darla. They had a young lady named Darla who was the female voice of the show, and they had a sign on their treehouse that said "No girls allowed."
That's right.
So this is SRNT's version of saying
no science allowed.
No science allowed, or only science that we agree with. Yes, and they did. Bruni brings up a point. They did have a dog named Spot, and he was a pit bull with a black circle around his eye.
Yep.
So you got all mad because Ruth is over there patting herself on the back and saying we don't like them, so they're not allowed to come.
Alice.
Okay, Alice. So then you said,
I said, Alice below encourages separation, segregation, and prejudice in advance. How scientific. That way, the tobacco control narrative remains contrived in advance, uncontested. You sad, fearful cowards. See, public health is about the public, not feelings. So she, like Jerry, have feelings, and that's what they go on. They don't go on science. They go on socio-political and psychobabble and all the other bullshit rather than doing actual science. And that is why I don't like it. I don't like it.
You got your knickers up in a crimp is what I'm saying.
I invited her to A Billion Lives. You know that. She denied.
I know. She nicely said no, though, right? She didn't. She didn't say, "You crazy, weird, dirty old man that I've never met before."
I would walk her down the aisle. I did it publicly. I'll walk you down the aisle. Period. I literally would have walked her down the aisle. Janice, sit down.
There's this guy. I just opened my Twitter and I saw something that I really love. That doesn't. I mean, this is literally impromptu. So Mark is a woodworker. And Mark used to make wood mods back in the day. He made these really lovely wood mods. And
be the better motherfucker.
He makes pens and all sorts of wood stuff, though. He's a wood guy.
Be the better motherfucker. I've got one of his keychains.
Oh, I don't have anything of his. No, actually, that's a lie. I forgot. I do have a mod stand. I have a mod stand. But Mark just posted this 37 minutes ago.
Okay.
And Troop has already replied to it because Troop is one of us old schoolers. Oh, damn it. There it is. I saw this and I love this.
Oh, how did he ripple it? Oh, wow.
This is amazing woodwork.
Wow. He's not done.
Mark is a genius. This is amazing. I mean, wow. This is CNC engraved. So it's 3-dimensional. I mean, this is awesome. But yeah, if you're not already following Mark, it's Mark's Pens at Mark's Pens.
Yep.
And if you do a hashtag, if you do the Church of Wood hashtag, You'll find a lot of his amazing woodwork. He's the bomb. This has nothing to do with vaping. It's just I opened Twitter and there it was. I was like, shit. Oh, that's awesome.
Also, hashtag be the better motherfucker is his hashtag. And I had to, it was like $8 or something for the keychain and the button. I love that. I thought that was great.
So are we cussing on this show? I forgot.
Well,
are we allowed?
I think, yeah. Do as you're told.
Just wondering.
So Patrick, if I brought on Simon Chapman somehow, some way, we could have some discourse, couldn't we?
We could, as long as we'd have to have a written agreement that he signed that said that he will answer questions, that he will not run away, not hang up, and that
not censor.
Obviously, we would not. I mean, a lot of these people want to have their questions submitted in advance so that they can prepare answers.
No,
we don't work that way.
No,
we don't work that way. Like he would have to answer the questions that we asked, and not try to because I mean we understand double speak.
Yeah, we do.
And we would have to have the freedom to call him on his BS.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to have discourse, which is dead,
he's allowed on our playground. Then
literally dead. Discourse is dead in our society. People can no longer have dissenting opinions.
I don't like what you say,
and they just run away. Run away. So
that cracked me up. Where is my cranky old broad, by the way? What is she doing?
She's probably she probably forgot her Geritol, and
I certainly hope that her hubby's taking pictures of her then.
She might be drooling in her pillow right now. See, Nick Orlando is fixing to go drool in his pillow too.
Shark droppings all over the place in Florida. He had a picture earlier this week. Drop sharks
and he's like, good night, folks. I got a date with some gators tomorrow. He's such an old wussy man that he has to go
gators
run away
are way more dangerous than vaping.
Obviously, if James was there, he would be biting his pillow and not drooling into his pillow.
Heart-shaped pillow.
Just saying. That's all I'm saying.
If you say their names, they'll pop in.
Hey, Kevin,
what?
Did you see?
I don't even like you. I love you, though, Nick. Did I see what?
Did you see that there's a company that has contracted with schools to provide cannabis and nicotine swabs?
Good.
Swabs. So that they can swab your kids to see if you're doing a good job as a parent.
I'm going to make one so we can swab. Never mind.
So over 1,000 schools nationwide will be using swab tech to curb cannabis and nicotine use. This is a press release from San Diego on July 7th. It says, swab tech leaders in the narcotics and explosives presumptive testing industry are announcing that 2 of the 10 largest school districts in the state of Georgia are joining the over 1,000 education institutes across the United States already using swab tech's products to help secure their school campuses. Okay, I have to ask a question.
Go ahead and ask.
How is catching kids that are using vapes or smoking a J helping secure school campuses? Are these kids suddenly some sort of terrorist organization? This company that focuses on narcotics and explosives are now focusing on making sure that your kids that are into the cannabis and so let me tell you this. Every pothead kid that I ever knew when I was a kid are the least likely and least motivated to do anything, let alone stir up trouble at school
or homework. So my question is, why are the schools parenting? Why can't
because the parents aren't fucking doing their jobs, dude?
Why can't the parents be informed of this fucking kid and then administer the kit themselves? And my second question is, what are the false positive rates? Because immediately you're already guilty because they're going to hand you a fucking kit and make you take a fucking test and you're underage.
They're going to say, open your mouth and say, and then they're going to
say, fuck you.
Swab.
If you did that to me when I was 14, I'd have told you to go fuck yourself.
You're not putting that in my mouth.
I'd have told you to go fuck yourself and don't moan in front of me either. Go in the other fucking room.
And I guarantee you, if they called my mom,
oh my God,
to come to the school because I refused to allow them to stick a cotton swab in my mouth, she'd have been coming to school and grabbing a hold of the principal and shaking him until he fucking died. I mean, my mom did not like to be bothered with nonsense, and this is nonsense. I mean, my mom would have thought this is the most ridiculous thing in the world. Their job is to teach you. There's a kid,
literally no other reason.
Educate you. That's all their job is.
Guide.
They're not supposed to be interfering on how my parents did the parenting, right?
Fucking word.
So the national push for the legalization of recreational cannabis use has posed a challenge for many educators and school administrators. The widespread accessibility of cannabis and cannabis-containing products, such as edibles and vape pens, has resulted in the prevalence of both deliberate and inadvertent consumption among youth.
How is anything inadvertent?
How can I accidentally inhaled that vape pen?
Oh, it's the Clinton clause. Okay. I'm sorry.
For many school districts like Forsyth County Board of Education in Cumming, Georgia, that's a Freudian thing right there.
This is giving me a headache.
Curbing the prominence of cannabis use in campuses has been a multi-year project. Like many schools across the country, Forsyth County witnessed a dramatic rise in nicotine and THC vape pen use among their student body. The cannabis extracts found in vape pens and edibles are much easier to transport, store, and consume, and much more difficult to detect.
Then what? More difficult than what?
Well, I mean, obviously a brick of marijuana is bigger, and obviously it has a specific odoriferous flavor to it.
Odor.
Well, yeah. So apparently, yeah, I'm not a dad. I'm not a dad that I know of.
I would rip a principal's fucking head off. I mean, hey, we've got.
Is this not an invasion of your kid's privacy? Really? I mean, is this?
We just swabbed your son. Could you come in? Fuck what?
So this is guilty until proven innocent.
Exactly.
I mean, are they going to stand at the fucking door after they put your kid through the metal detector and say, "Open your mouth and say ah"?
How is this
before you can come into the school?
How is it not unconstitutional?
I mean, Kevin, this is like the beginnings of like 1984.
Is this unconstitutional in your opinion and mind?
Yes.
Even though they're underage, then it would go to the parent to make the fucking decision. Period. It has nothing to do with the fucking school. If the child is interrupting the school curriculum, whatever, classroom, if they're being a clown and they put them to the principal's office and you call me and you say, hey, we've got these swabs if you'd like to use them, that would be okay. Anything other than that is, and I'm using the term in a different way, it's rape. It's unconstitutional bullshit.
That's not how they're going to handle this, though, Kevin. They're not going to say, oh, well, we caught him smoking something. Let's see what he's smoking. They're going to stand at the door.
Right.
They're going to stand at the door and they're going to swab your fucking kid. Now,
come on through the metal detector
Kevin,
first.
Don't we
already
have dogs that smell marijuana?
Oh, my fucking word.
And, we had canine dogs when I was in school. I mean, well, yeah, I know they had canine dinos when you were in school, but when I was in school, it was an actual dog.
Me and Ed had dinos.
Obviously they could passively, obviously, if the dog hits on you as you walk by, that's different.
That's not unconstitutional.
No, but I'm telling you, they're going to be standing at the fucking door, and as your kid walks into the school, they're going to be like, "Okay, open your mouth."
How far someone up your child's ass?
Well,
there is no limit.
As far as I'm concerned, if I had a kid and found out that somebody was up his ass, there's going to be a fucking 9mm. That's all I'm saying.
His or her mouth is no fucking different to me. Why are you touching my fucking kid? Do not touch my child. I'll kill you. No, this is, and here's the phone call. Hey, Bob. Hi, this is dumbass over at XYZ swab fuckers. Hey, we've got all these kits we need to sell you. Yeah, because it's a very, very bad thing. Think of the children. Okay, that's great. Let's do a PTA meeting. Holy fucking shit, this thing's out of control. People, this is what we're going to do. There's no discourse. It's just, what are you doing?
And
what are you doing?
The thing is they will be congratulated.
Do as you're told, you will comply. Fuck off. That's what they're saying.
Pave will be on Cuomo again.
Licking
Pave
their
will be
own
on
ass.
Cuomo again, saying this is a victory for Pave. We don't care if you've invaded our kids' privacy.
I do not get this. I don't understand it. Explain it to me.
It is asinine. It is asinine, Kevin. And
Logan's 2.5 fucking years old. So when he's 8 years old and there's a principal putting something in his fucking mouth,
Kevin, if that happens, you won't. You don't just. I have a brand new car. I put a tank of gas in my car today. It says I can go 400 miles on a tank of gas. So for me to get to Ohio, it's like 3 tanks of gas. It's like 3 or 4 tanks of gas, right? So
you'll just bail me out, right?
literally, dude. There's untraceable firearms.
Just how can you? This is the worst thing they can find.
I have to pause for a minute, Kevin. I have to explain.
Did you see the alcohol numbers?
When we're talking about actually doing like a proposed like murder thing it's a joke. This is satire. I don't want anybody reporting us.
And if you do,
it's a joke. I need to get a disclaimer.
I will climb over a courtroom to get to them.
Seriously, Kevin.
Yeah, exactly. Wink, 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 motherfucker. I wouldn't
have to do it, Kevin. I know guys that I could buy like a case of beer and a carton of cigarettes, and they do it anyway.
And it'll be done, right? I just don't get it.
Oh, this is so sad to me that, and we're at a point. Like I said, we're at a point when this press release comes out and it gets wide circulated.
Right.
Chris Cuomo already had Pave on this week, right?
Yeah.
They'll be on in a couple weeks. He
doesn't even know what the First Amendment fucking means. So
saying that this is a great victory for their war on the youth vaping epidemic. The woman couldn't even stop her own kid from vaping.
Why did they not do this for alcohol 10 years ago? Because alcohol's just rolling back and forth. Why didn't they do this for opioids? Because that's still in schools. If they're going to do it, and they shouldn't, then they better do it for every goddamn thing, and they better test every fucking teacher at the same fucking time. Hi, Mr. Johnson, you're next.
Mallory said that he ripped Connolly like he wasn't even human. I don't think Connolly actually made it this week. Now, if you're referring to the Connolly episode, right before the meeting with the president, when Trump was president, like 2 years ago or whatever, yes, he did. And the thing is I can pull up the private message that I talked to Greg about it then, and that was redonkulous. I mean, I warned him and I said, that guy's a fucking pit bull and he's not going to let you speak and he's going to talk over you. I don't understand how he could even have a program on CNN or in any way, shape, or form be considered a journalist, because he's not. The only reason he has the job he has is because of his brother.
Look up Raymond Noodles Cuomo. That's all you got to do.
So,
Raymond Noodles Cuomo.
Yeah.
Chris Cuomo. He doesn't even understand the First Amendment that he exercises.
And yeah, I don't even want to. I just feel dirty. I
feel dirty that somebody's going to stick a fucking swab in my kid's mouth or my grandkid's mouth.
That ain't happening.
They have the
I
right to
fucking
do.
told you that ain't happening.
You better send me a fucking form, is what you better do.
If you do that, I'm going to sue you for everything that you have.
Where's the see? But Patrick, if they keep moving the line, where is my line? How far can they go? What will they do?
That is, like I said, they are. Yolanda is awesome. I'm going to do an article on the latest mental disorder, swabophilia, closely related to pedophilia.
I love you, Yolanda.
Chug is on point, though.
She's on point. It is a disorder. Are you that fucking retarded that you have to, politically correct or not, retarded? Are you that stupid that you have to pretend that you're that concerned about vaping and cannabis, which is every one of these new teachers don't even know what it is. Anybody 40 or older knows. One way or the other, they know. And they probably did it themselves. Or I did not inhale. I didn't mean to.
So in response to your Ruth Malone tweet, somebody else actually also
ripped her ass.
Ripped her ass, and that is Carl Phillips.
Yes.
So Carl says, right, got it. The Society for Research on Nicotine and Tobacco wishes to avoid including the highest quality scientific research on nicotine and tobacco because the society is about public health and public health is not about science.
Slow clap. Good clap.
He
awesome.
He over or quote retweeted the same thing that you did, but he had a different thing to say.
I have better names for her, but this is a family show.
We are.
Didn't you read the disclaimer?
Dude, I always tell everybody to put their kids to bed, man.
It rhymes with runt.
And we're not drinking. I'm drinking tea, man. This is iced tea.
It's like we're the caffeinated nicotine friends, yeah. Don't. The moral of this little segment we've had is don't touch my fucking kid or my grandkid ever. Don't. Do not do that.
Unless he's hurting. Kid all the time, though.
Well, you know what I mean. If he's hurting, if he's injured, if he's in pain, then I want you to do something. Other than that, it's not your responsibility to fuck with my kid, period. You call me. I'll make a decision.
So, speaking of cartoon characters, you sent me this. NCPC Central California, a study published in the NTR Journal has stated that friends can influence smoking habits. Among youth, higher levels of depressive symptoms are associated with an increase in daily, weekly smoking, and that you should check on a friend and say, I'm here for you. And
now go down to the quote.
And then you said correlation, reality.
Yeah, now go back up and hit the tweet. Hit their tweet.
Hit their tweet? This one? If I just do this?
Yep. and then drop and quote. What did we just talk about? Smoking and children and depression and all that. Now hit that tweet.
Yeah.
You don't even know why or how to explain that association.
Do you?
You do not. You fucking idiots.
And I think by now people, I mean,
how can they do this and ignore obvious fact?
Yeah. I mean, do I really need to go back to like a year ago when I tweeted and I said we need to focus on why kids are smoking and vaping and why they are using nicotine?
Didn't Yolanda tell us that?
Nobody's ever fucking, no one.
Liliana tell us that?
You know,
didn't Dr. Glover tell us that? Didn't Charles tell us
Charles,
that?
All these people have.
There's four.
This is
four
the
awesome
thing.
people that know.
But
And these fuckers are supposed to be in the business to do what they're doing, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
No, they're gatekeeped though. They're kept out. All those people, they've been locked out.
Oh, so let's swab them. The fuck is wrong with you fucking people? Talk to these fucking kids.
Let's see why they're hurting. Let's see why they feel like they need this. Why is this possibly benefiting them? I mean,
go to their office and smack them in the mouth.
This is embarrassing, right? I mean, am I the only one that is embarrassed by the fact that we are in the most industrialized, wealthy nation in the world?
Mm-hmm.
And literally, they haven't figured out.
They can't figure out what's wrong with fucking kids.
That these kids, I mean, mental health is at an all-time low in teens in America, man.
And they're going to blame things on ADHD, whatever it is. They're going to blame things on other things. Treating the symptom, not the cause. Treating the symptoms, not the cause, is not a good
ADHD is not a symptom. I mean, ADHD is an actual
but they're going to
recognize, like,
they would rather label somebody quickly
illness.
And say, here, take these fucking drugs, than to actually get to the root of the problem. Is what I mean. I'm not trying to pigeonhole ADHD myself either, but in general, they're doing well. That's he's bipolar. He's tried whatever it is, whatever the words are, whatever the label is.
Weasel.
And then they just put them on drugs, and that's that.
I like drugs though. Oh, what? I don't like drugs.
It's because they're fucking kids. Yes, that's right. Some kids just have a bad day.
Damn it, Charlie! Why do you got to keep tweeting so much? I can't find the thing that I'm looking for now.
I
found it.
Fucking machine, isn't he?
My God, he tweets like he doesn't have a job or something. I know he has a job, but he tweets like he doesn't have a job.
He's a machine.
So this is, I'm assuming, the graphic that you were mentioning earlier.
Yes.
So this is the evolution of tobacco control. In the 1950s and 60s, save smokers' lives.
They had a goal.
In the 1970s and the 1980s, hate big tobacco.
They changed their goal.
In 1990s to 2010, hate smokers.
Realized they could get away with that.
In 2010 to 2020, hate nicotine.
Symptom,
and
not cause.
Today, hate safer nicotine that saves lives. And then obviously we go from the upright man. This is the reverse order of the normal evolution, where you start as a primitive and work your way to advanced, where you start advanced and then you work your way back into the primitive.
I will say, for the record, this is a very good likeness of Chimpman. Very good likeness.
Well, I was thinking that this one right here was you.
That's me when you've touched my fucking kid.
Now we're going to get a ding because there's a naked bum on here.
Oh.
So, yeah. And then obviously he said, take note, FCTC official.
That's right.
I'm surprised. Me. They haven't blocked me.
Well, you haven't followed them. Follow them a while.
I'm not going to follow them.
Why not?
Because the algos show me their shit anyway.
How are you going to learn?
Independent research, my friend.
Just completely off subject. We have some of the greatest people in the whole freaking world telling us stuff and finding us stuff and learning us. We can learn. Oh my God, what a beautiful community. We did that thank you thing a year and a half ago or so.
Oh yes, I need to make a new one. But
wow.
I should ask all of the people that watch the show to just send me a picture so I don't have to go finding them on Facebook and going through the list of followers and going to their profiles and finding a picture and downloading it and then putting it, we're going to do a thank you video. Send me pictures. How about that?
Because I love every damn one of you, and you all contribute in your own way, and none of it None of it is wrong. Well,
Paul.
I am kind of still hot for Demi, though.
So there was a thing I saw this week from a follower of the show who I haven't seen talk in the show, and I'm trying to find the tweet real quick. Did you see that Panama is moving towards
I did. They've declared
prohibitionist, stupid policy to get rid of
Panama
vaping in their country.
Panama has declared that cigarettes are safe in their country.
And we have at least one follower in that is an advocate in Central and South America.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't find his tweet. Damn it! But anywho, I'll find it. But I did a thing. So there's this thing called Bloomberg Philanthropies.
Yeah.
And if you go to Google and you type in Bloomberg Philanthropies, and then you go to their website. So they have a website. It's just called Bloomberg.org.
Yeah.
So if you go to Bloomberg.org, and they have all sorts of press releases. Now, this one that I'm showing is from 2016. I'm going to show it anyway. So it says 363 Latin American and Caribbean cities enter Bloomberg Philanthropies 2016 Mayor's Challenge. And this was for $5 million. They were competing, all these third world countries and cities were competing for one $5 million prize or 4 $1 million prizes. And this is one of the methods that Bloomberg, he's literally pitting one city in a third world country against 362 others. And they're all scrambling over each other.
It's like the Coliseum days, yeah.
They're all scrambling over each other to try to get this money. So they're trying to please Mikey so that he'll write them a check. So here's our proposal. This is how we're going to kiss your ass. Oh, we see that you don't like vaping. We're going to ban vaping in our country. Please give us a check.
Do this? The Romans did this with lions, right?
No, that's bred in circuses. That's where you bring them into the Colosseum.
Yeah.
And then you put in front of them gladiatorial mayhem and hand them loaves of bread so that they will forget how awful their lives are.
That's right.
That's what bread and circuses is.
But bribery in any form is still bribery, right?
Well, we're hoping that the Philippine government will actually take that ball and run, because there's quite a lot of evidence that has come to light that shows the massive amount of BS. We've talked about it on this show before, so we don't need to go into it again. But yes, this is one of the things that Bloomberg does. So Panama just happens to be one of those 363 cities that entered into the Bloomberg Cup. I'm going to call it the Bloomberg Cup because they're competing for money.
Cup of
They're trying to be the first one to get on their hands and knees in front of him and take the microphone. So this is just another example. We're going to see a lot of these smaller countries, these poorer countries, moving towards these sorts of, let's make Mikey happy so he'll write us a check plays. And banning vaping is going to be one of those that we see happen a while, because he's got a nearly endless supply of money.
Yep.
And, public health be damned. Smokers' rights be damned. Vapors' rights be damned.
Yep.
We need a couple dollars because we're poor. So let's make other poor people suffer.
I found Father Jack.
You finally found it?
I'm going to throw it in the chat. I'm going to tweet it just for fun.
Yeah, obviously we should use the word nicotine enhanced is what I think you should,
I had to interrupt that because it finally popped up.
So speaking of nicotine enhanced, Kevin.
No.
Friend of the show, past and future guest of the show, Dr. Charles Gardner. Hint, hint. Did publish something this week that I thought was timely, and just so happens to be very close to the subject of nicotine enhanced.
In fact, he and Dr. Glover were lead-ins on Vapors UK on Wednesday.
What is Vapors UK?
Stop it. Stop it.
Are you watching the competition, Kevin?
They are a global set of news hounds working tirelessly.
Are we not global, Kevin?
Tirelessly, they work to
look at the bags under my eyes.
To please the evil editor, like I try to please your ass.
Sir, I don't want you pleasing my ass. Thank you very much.
Let me swab it. Look at this. Look at this.
So, Dr. Charles Gardner says tobacco harm reduction needs to emphasize the beneficial effects of nicotine enhanced. See?
You see how all this ties into what's wrong with you, son? You seem down.
Look at this. So let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. Hey, look at that guy. Isn't he handsome and smart looking?
Yes.
So different narratives, conflicting reports on the consequences of use of nicotine, ambiguous choices by lawmakers. Many consumers lost confidence in governments, international institutions, and scientists because of lack of information on smoking cessation products. Why there is a struggle for consumers to find reliable and consistent information about electronic cigarettes and alternative nicotine delivery systems. So Catania Conversation, which is the website that this is on. I'm going to rub this and make it a little bit bigger because the text is pretty small. So it says here, discusses with Charles Gardner, Catania Conversation, discusses with Charles Gardner, expert in institutional communication and chief executive officer of the International Network of Nicotine Consumer Organizations. Did you know that Charles had a job? That he was the CEO of INCO?
It's an excellent choice.
An international NGO that supports and represents the rights of over 90 million consumers in 35 countries. So there's a quote from Charles. It says, I am confident that e-cigarettes and other smokeless electronic nicotine delivery systems will eventually be adopted by governments and public institutions. I believe it is only a matter of time. Charles Gardner, Chief Executive Officer of INCO. So the question is, Dr. Gardner, or Mr. Gardner, I don't know why they're calling him Mr. He is a doctor.
I don't know either.
Dr. Gardner, why there is an information gap between the scientific community and consumers when it comes to tobacco harm reduction? So he answers, there are several reasons behind this trend. Firstly, the struggle that lasted over 40 years against big tobacco, which in the last decades have massively influenced scientific research to introduce a scientific doubt regarding the toxicity of their products. And that's true. Big tobacco did create scientific organizations to promote that their products weren't bad.
Yes, they did.
That did happen.
Of course.
There's no doubt. I'm sure that if we brought in our friend, David Gerlitz, he probably could talk more fully on that because he was in that world back in those days. A struggle that helped create a narrative that demonized the use of nicotine and undermined the credibility of all information emanating from big tobacco. Today, however, this is no longer the case since the importance of harm reduction has also been understood within the tobacco industry. Secondly, the lack of knowledge of part of the scientific community about cigarette substitutes and false beliefs with no scientific background that nicotine is the cause of cancer and lung disease. Obviously, we know that nicotine does not cause cancer. And we're smarter than like 70% of the doctors in the United States, because 70% of the doctors in the United States did a survey, responded that nicotine was a carcinogen. So anyway, finally, the inadequate information that consumers receive from public institutions about the benefits and risks of alternative products, although there is data available, these kinds of information are buried and very difficult to access. And the main consequence is that users aren't able to make an informed choice, while millions of smokers are denied the opportunity to quit. So obviously, the people that watch the show are well informed, because if they don't already do their own independent research, we bring tons of information to them. Mm-hmm. Sadly, everybody in the world doesn't watch us, Kevin.
Well, no, and societies, as we've already discussed, want to keep that from happening. They want themselves to tell you what the narrative is.
Yes, that's true.
I can't add for anything for this. Charles nails every fucking point to me.
Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and read the whole thing, Kevin. But the link for this piece is in the show notes on Facebook, and are already on the show notes on YouTube, and will be included on the audio podcast. I invite each and every person to read this and prepare, because Charles will be coming back on the show fairly quickly.
Y'all got homework.
I spoke to his secretary.
Did you tell her this is Chucklehead 1?
I didn't speak to her. I emailed her, and then she emailed me back, and then she emailed Charles. So it's happening. It's happening. Hopefully this time when Charles comes on, he can actually get into StreamYard, so we don't have to go through Zoom, because the quality of the show on Zoom is not nearly as nice as this one.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
Hopefully he has downloaded Chrome. Kevin doesn't like Chrome.
I don't like Chrome.
Kevin doesn't like Chrome.
Tells me shit I don't need to know.
Well, you're just mad, man. You're just mad because
they like to track every goddamn thing I'm doing. I don't like that. I'm not
every browser that you can possibly use tracks everything that you type, Mike.
Yeah, but I don't notice it on the other one, so that makes me happier. It's an illusion.
This week, Kevin, we have two pieces from the Journal of Addiction. This is one that you sent. And then there is the one that I tweeted about earlier today that we will talk about as well. So the question is, are you addicted to smoking, or are you addicted to nicotine? A focus group study on perceptions of nicotine and addiction among U.S. adult current smokers, former smokers, non-smokers, and dual users of cigarettes and e-cigarettes. Mm-hmm. Hey, look, Kevin, the cranky old broad has arrived.
I was just thinking we could alternate ourselves as secretaries for each other, Skip, if you like.
Are you going to take dictation?
If I have to wear a skirt, I have to wear a skirt. I mean, I'm not above it. Look at the second sentence. Study on perceptions.
Yes, because we talk about perceptions all the time.
What you
and
believe.
Misperceptions and
not science, just what you believe that you've been told.
Well, yeah, do what you're told, Kevin. Obey. That's really good tea, man.
It's undergone full peer review, by the way.
Yes,
because
Yeah. Well, this is from the Journal of Addiction.
Yeah.
Which we have in the past liked. By and large, they were the first ones before the Royal College of Physicians to release a comprehensive review of all of the available science at the time. And their conclusions were almost identical to the Royal College of Physicians. So that also lends credibility to both, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. So the background and aims of the study. In 2017, US FDA proposed to reduce nicotine in cigarettes to minimally or non-addictive levels. We joked and laughed and scoffed when King Gottlieb made that proclamation. This study qualitatively explored perceptions of nicotine and addiction, both independently and in response to messages communicated about nicotine reduction. So what they did was a qualitative study using focus groups, which is not really scientific. They just asked questions. They didn't do any experimentation or anything like that. Participants described their perceptions of nicotine and addiction and their responses to messages about nicotine reduction. So this is more psychology. Yeah. So they did this in Atlanta and in San Francisco, and they did it in semi-structured focus groups through the spring of 2020. What is a semi-structured focus group?
It's a loosely.
So they had 27 smokers.
Loosely conducted.
They had 25 dual users of cigarettes and e-cigarettes, 32 former smokers, and then 31 young adult non-smokers.
A little over 100 people.
Yeah. So the measurement was through inductive thematic analysis of transcripts, and the results were compared across smoking status groups. So their findings were that participants across all smoking status groups associated nicotine with tobacco products, but consistently misperceived that nicotine caused disease. Yep. So that's essentially saying that the vast majority of people that were in their focus group were with the 70% of doctors that were also wrong, that thought that nicotine caused disease. Perceptions of addiction were largely negative and varied by smoking status. Experienced smokers, exclusive smokers, former smokers, and dual users differentiated tobacco use from other addictions and minimized their own experiences with addiction. So the people that had been victims of smoking, whether that was cigarettes or any other tobacco product, that they downplayed their addiction when compared to other addictive substances. That's essentially what that is saying. Perceptions of addiction across experienced smokers included, but not only the chemical properties of nicotine, but also the rituals, the behavioral aspects of tobacco use that we've talked about before. Holding the thing in your hand like this and packing, when you're a smoker, you had rituals that you performed, whether that was when you opened a new pack of cigarettes, you always packed the cigarettes, or I did the thing where I flipped the top of the box open and I pulled the paper out and I smelled the cigarettes every time. I did the same exact physical movements every time I opened a pack of cigarettes, a new pack of cigarettes.
Oh, yes.
I had a roommate in college that the first thing he did was open the pack of cigarettes, pull out the little foil thing, the little gold foil thing, and he took one cigarette out and put it in upside down.
Yep.
That was his ritual. He did that every time.
Yep.
So yes, we have those. We've talked about it. Behaviors that, the oral fixation, having a smoking routine, the internal and external responsive cues. In response to messages, many believed that removing the nicotine would not make cigarettes less addictive because of the multifactorial nature of smoking addiction that includes the non-pharmacological cues, which I agreed with. We brought this up before when we talked about the 21st century, blah, 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 when Gottlieb made that announcement and paid millions of dollars, pre-purchased millions of dollars worth of these reduced VLNs, very low nicotine cigarettes. I believe
100 million
in the depth of my heart that VLNs will not break the deadly cycle of smoking.
No.
I believe that people that are not satisfied will just smoke more. And those people that have, maybe they're neurodiverse and have a little obsessive compulsive, like me, are going to still smoke because of the nature of their compulsion, whether that means that certain behaviors key them to smoke a cigarette, Pavlov, or whatever you want to call it. There are deep psychological things that we are still we still do. I get mad, I smoke or I vape. I don't smoke, I don't smoke anymore, but I vape. Something sets me off, I vape. I gotta go take a piss or I gotta go take a dump, I take my vape.
You're worried about your heart, your heat flashes, you're gonna vape.
Yeah. So, Kevin pisses me off, babe. Kevin says hello, babe. Perceptions of nicotine and addiction among non-smokers, former smokers, exclusive smokers, and dual users of cigarettes and e-cigarettes vary based on smoking status, but there is a common tendency to believe that nicotine is addictive, that addiction results from more than just nicotine, and that very low nicotine cigarettes will not necessarily reduce the addictiveness of cigarettes.
So let's talk about this for a second. This is a low.
Again, I don't want to interrupt you real quick, Kevin, but I do want to say they watched our show because I made all those points on the show months and months and months ago when we talked about this. But anyway, go back.
If I'm going to assess in general the things I've seen over the time I've been doing this, this is pretty weak, honestly, because there's 100 people or whatever it is, and it's perception. It's good in some ways. Don't get me wrong, but the lower nicotine has been done before, and we're in a different generation now, folks. So they're going to try it again.
Kevin, we have a perfect example of reducing the nicotine.
Okay.
Because we have people that vaped at 12 milligram or 18 milligram and reduced down to 3. And what do? They just vape more. They vape more,
which is something else that Dr. Felinos has also said. You're inhaling more, possible. So if you're going
you're inhaling more possible what? You're inhaling if there's anything bad in your vape, when you vape more, you're vaping more of the bad stuff.
Yeah. So
I said if.
If they're going to focus on more cigarettes, by the way, I think there's, I think it was like, I forget which demand this was by the nonprofit governmental political front groups. I think this was like 48 of them or 51 of them or 130 for all I know. It had a list of, we want more cigarettes on the market, kiss my ass. We want more cigarettes on the market that will keep people smoking, because I asked the company 22nd Century on Twitter, and they responded. Both the CEO at one point said, nicotine is addictive. Show it to me. He said, well, you can find a treasure trove of information in the tobacco, whatever the fuck Puffin stuff has there, all the documents, because I can't find it. But in the meantime, go there. And then 22nd Century, I asked, does it take away anything, the carcinogens? Are there any other ingredients removed? Not one, none, zero.
All the bad stuff is still there.
At the time that I asked that question, they had one study, and they used. Now let's talk about useless for a minute. We found people who didn't want to stop smoking, and we gave them our low nicotine cigarettes, and they reduced their smoking, by 1.7 cigarettes a day, and they didn't quit.
Because you're a genius.
Awful. You're a fucking genius.
It's not that they smoked less because of the reduced nicotine. They smoked less because they were awful.
That was part of the $1 billion that the government spent on this. This will go through. They will come out. I'm not as against them as I was, because it's another option that you can try. If you're going to try to stop smoking, you still get plenty of whatever you want in there. But for goodness sake, there's a better option here as well that you're denying people. Period.
Yeah.
Because you have a closed door policy, and you don't want to talk about it. You want to ignore it like you've done everything else, you being the Society for Nicotine and Tobacco Stupidity. So you people, you freaking people.
You people. What do you mean, you people?
You freaking
What
people.
do you mean, you people?
Don't start with me.
So, hey, Kevin, what? Are you aware?
Don't crank me up.
Are you aware that vaping actually helps people quit smoking? better than anything else that's
I've heard that, and the jury's not in yet, evidently.
Well, no, the jury is back because
the jury's back again, the third, fourth time, fifth time. RCP
in the second piece from the Journal of Addiction. We have a peer-reviewed academic research paper, a meta-analysis.
Oh,
that is my favorite.
Meta-anal.
That's my favorite.
That's what Puffin stuff likes. He loves that.
Yeah. So, I tweeted this earlier today because I feel like I need to keep flogging this dead horse. But this is a brand new piece published by the Journal of Addiction. Their conclusion is validated that it is validated that smoking reduction, including cessation, was achieved by 26.5% versus 6% in participants in the e-cigarette and NRT study arms, respectively. So that's pretty good. So then I had to. I said, hey, US FDA, stop ignoring #science. And then I said, gatekeep that, SRNT.org.
Yep, that smells like. Are you eating my lasagna? Oh my God, Janice made lasagna tonight,
and you're not getting any of it.
I think I smell. No, they heated it up. I like your sarcasm that I smelled. I appreciate your.
My sarcasm smells like lasagna.
I love.
Yeah, I thought my sarcasm would smell more like whiskey. I'm just.
Skip explains there are over 60 studies, papers, surveys on Safer Nicotine Wiki about safer nicotine products that help people quit smoking. Now, I did a survey. Did you know that I did a survey?
I did. It was like 17,000 people or something like that.
No, 7,238 worldwide. And Ed, I'm damn sure told me.
I think Ed went to bed. I haven't seen him speak in a while.
Ed himself told me about the one from Moffitt, I believe, and it was 79%. Now, I was high at about 75, I think 77. I'm asking people who vape. I'm not asking people who don't vape if it helped them or not. And so did the Moffitt Center. They said 79%. Now, this one says, what is it, 26? So I'll let you take
26.5%.
Since it's your damn show, go ahead.
26.5%. So, of course, if you poll vapors, it's going to be a higher percentage.
It is biased. Correct.
Yeah. So this is the title of this release is that e-cigarettes versus nicotine replacement treatment as harm reduction interventions for smokers who find quitting difficult. And this is a randomized control trial. Mm-hmm. So if you look at the names here, some of these names we know Hayden McRobbie, we know Peter Hayek or Hayek. It has this article has been accepted for publication and undergone full peer review, but has not been through the copy editing, typesetting, pagination, and proofreading process. So this is a pre-release of a completely peer-reviewed piece. So this is not a pre-pub. A lot of the ones on pre-pub have not been peer-reviewed yet. Not all of them, but a good percentage of them have not. Right. So the background and aims of this one, I like the way they format these two, by the way. They're very organized the way that they release these. So the background and aims of this particular study, the majority of smokers accessing the current best treatments continue to smoke. We aim to test if e-cigarettes compared with nicotine replacement therapy can help smokers reduce smoking. And this is done as a randomized controlled trial. They had 68 people in the e-cigarette category and 67 people in the NRT category. And they did a 6-month follow-up. And they used the Stop Smoking service in the UK. The participants, 135 smokers, median age 40, 51% male, who were previously unable to stop smoking using conventional means. The interventions used, participants received either NRT of their choice, an 8-week supply, or an e-cigarette starter pack and instructions to purchase further e-liquids of strength and flavors of their choice themselves. Products were accompanied by minimal behavioral support. So I want to scroll back up here. So let's look at this. So 68% or 68 people and 67 people.
Right.
So 68 people in the e-cigarette trial and 67% in the NRT trial. The NRT people got their NRT for free. Where the e-cigarette users were given a free starter kit and told, go buy whatever you want.
Yes. Are you eating my lasagna?
So I'm not sure if you get this or not, Kevin, but the people that smoked the e-cigarettes were more successful, or that vaped the e-cigarettes were more successful. What did we say? I scroll down here. It says 26.5%, right? Because they were given the choice to pick whatever they wanted.
What? Personal preference? What?
Whatever flavors you
Pleasure
wanted.
principle? What?
So they were given instructions to purchase whatever e-liquids at whatever strength and whatever flavors that they chose themselves.
Up to 20, I believe. There, yes.
Huh?
Nicotine strength, I think, is 20 over there.
Well, yeah, in the UK it's 20.
But they have a choice.
Yes.
So they went to where the people are and they said, "Here, try this," and then from that point, you have to figure it out.
Yes.
And they did it all
Whereas
by themselves, and they probably did it with friends, forums, Twitter, etc.
Yeah. So the NRT people were allowed to choose their NRT of choice and then given 8 weeks of a supply, right? So the measurements, the participants who reported that they had stopped smoking or reduced their daily cigarette consumption by at least 50% at the 6-month follow-up were invited to provide a carbon monoxide reading. And we've shown that that test, that breathing machine. Eliana had one of those on our show when we had Eliana on. She showed how they work, right? Yep. So the primary outcome was biochemically validated reduction in smoke intake of at least 50% at 6 months. So they're saying that 20, what was the number again? 68 people that chose vaping and 67 people that chose NRT were told, hey, blow in this thing so that we can prove that you are at a lower carbon monoxide level than when you first came in.
Yes.
And 50% passed at 6 months. And the main secondary outcome was sustained validated abstinence at 6 months. Dropouts were included as non-reducers. So 50% of the people that participated reduced their smoking.
Correct.
So findings, validated smoking reduction, including cessation, was achieved by, and I read this out from my tweet, 26.5% versus 6% in participants in the NRT study arm, respectively. Relative risk of 4.4, or that's relative risk, and P is I can't remember what P is. Anyway, 95% confidence overall. Sustained validated abstinence rates at 6 months were 19.1 versus 3%. So at 6 months, the numbers were a little bit less of sustained cessation.
Yeah,
but still quite respectable 19.1%. Product use was high and equal in both study arms initially, but at 6 months, allocated product was 47% in the e-cig arm and only 10% in the NRT arm. And the difference is that the NRT people had been given only, 8 weeks supply, 2 months?
Yeah.
And then they had to purchase their NRT after that. So there's going to be drop off because people don't want to pay for it. Whereas the e-cigarette users had to buy their shit except for the starter kit, from day one.
Right.
So the conclusions in smokers unable to quit using conventional methods, to quit via using conventional methods, e-cigarettes were more effective than NRT therapy in facilitating validated long-term smoking reduction and smoking cessation when limited other support was provided. So we always say the number one helper with cessation with any method is that behavioral support, that camaraderie, that whatever. And in this particular thing, they gave only minimal behavioral support.
Yeah.
So that's the number one thing that helps NRT be successful at all.
Right.
And with minimal behavioral support, it dropped from 6% to 3%.
I call behavioral support bullying, but in general. So I'm going to share two things.
We don't call Granny Louisa a bully.
No, not in their context. In our context in the United States. So the first thing I'm going to show you, if you'll be so kind as to share that tweet.
You gotta rub that shit, dude.
Alan Beard.
I can't read that.
As an example. Is that better? Is that big enough? Okay.
It's the black background makes it harder to read too.
My Twitter has ED. So Allison Kerr, 45 followers. I'm not going to go into the whole thing. Alan, thank you for reaching out to me. I now have a vape that seems to suit me. And Andy was fantastic, so understanding and knowledgeable. Thank you, Alan. As without you, I wouldn't have got to this point. So he said, brilliant news, Allison, and all from a tweet from Linda Bald. Initially, maybe a few can follow Allison for her, or to be there for her in case she needs further advice and encouragement. So that is in itself a beautiful thing. And I've seen this enough to know that Twitter followers, friends, all that happy stuff does work. We're all connected with each other. We all have questions about different things, and coils to problems to leaking to whatever it is. So the bias part I said earlier, if you remember, when I did the survey, about a week or two into this, I got a lot of, who are you? What are you talking about? Where did you come from? They thought I was a shill. They thought whatever. So someone else I've spoken of before is Norbert Zillotron. So I shared this one, who Alan is brilliant as well. And I'll make that bigger for you. I did the survey in December of 2014. He had written this just beforehand. How are they going to, if they don't include us, how are they going to find out what we know? They can't. So when they nothing about us without us is exactly right. I knew that was coming. Did you know that that's Vapor UK's motto? So Mr. Zillotron, he asked me something about the survey, if I remember correctly, the timeline. And I said, some of these people are giving me shit. They're blocking me from groups. They don't want me to post it, all that stuff. So his article he linked to me made me feel better. I know this sounds weird, but I was kind of like, damn, nobody wants to do this survey. I don't understand. They're beating the shit out of me for it. So is that big enough to see?
Yes, but there's a giant cookie bar right across the bottom of your screen.
Okay. So he says, with internet surveys, the authors usually caution that results are not representative for the population. We talked about extrapolation last week. Not even for all vapors. That certainly is true. But does it limit the validity. I'm not even drinking. I'm getting secondhand drunk from you. And you're not drinking
water now.
So does this limit the validity and applicability of the collected data? Only if you try to extrapolate to the general population. Look at who the participants are. We are some of the most successful vapors. We're active because it's important to us to keep this far superior alternative to smoking available. And then he goes down and he talks about flavors. It's a major factor. It's not an option. It's not minor. Other surveys, and then he included mine in there as well at the bottom. And the reason that I say bias is because sometimes
is that link still live, Kevin?
No, I actually linked that in the chat for the WP. It's something Vaping Links WP something or other at the moment. So those biases that we have to be there. There's no way around it because they won't let us in. They won't let us in the door.
Let us in. Let us in. Let us out. Let us out.
When I did that survey, and I really did follow Glance, and I really did follow Chapman, and I really did follow Martin McKee, and I really did follow Ruth. Until recently, Ruth had me on there, and I was a smart ass to her off and on. But
did she block you too now?
Yeah, she did. She finally did. And I'm being an asshole. I get it, but I'm still being factual. It doesn't matter. But how is Bruni going to tell me that he quit smoking if I don't believe him? There's only a few ways to do that. I have to physically show him. I have to physically talk to him, or I have to tell him online, and he has to go, "Hey, that sounds reasonable. I'm a normal guy. I can try it. And if it don't work, it don't work. It doesn't work for everybody. It doesn't.
What doesn't work for everybody?
Vaping. Snus might not work for everybody. Patches won't work for most. It's 7% success. They got a 93% fail rate.
All right, now you're telling me you don't know that Bruni quit smoking. Hey, Al. I had to say hi to Andrew.
Hey, Andrew.
Are you telling me that you don't know for a fact that you can't believe Bruni? Come on.
Well, how can I if it comes from tobacco-free kids?
Back in 2009 with the cigarette thing. A friend got one, imported one from overseas, but when found out that it was illegal, they were too scared to use it. So I got given it. And then come 2014, there's the version 2, generation 2 was out. So I thought I'd give it another go. And it worked from day one. I was sort of like in the morning, I finished my packet the night before, and come morning I decided to, I was vaping, and I was sort of thinking, I've got to go down the shop. No, I've got to get tobacco. And within about half an hour, it was sort of like I didn't have the cravings no more. It's like, what? This thing actually really works well. So I've been vaping non-stop since then. I haven't picked up another cigarette. I did try just to see what it was like, and I just thought, how the hell did I used to smoke this stuff? And that's my story.
So you're telling me that you didn't know?
No, I didn't know. So when I did the survey, I didn't realize suddenly when it took off, why it took off, and why all these people were following me on Twitter, because it was an anomaly in my head. And I was just trying to let my friends know that this does work. And I'm gonna get a few hundred people to tell me that their experience was or was not unbiased. I want their opinion. I had thousands and thousands of I bet I have more comments than Kasa has testimonials. I bet I didn't count them because the system didn't count them. I bet you there was at least 15 or 20,000 comments minimum on that. Look at that. 25 milligram. So when I read these things like Knickers, you said earlier, one of the guys in England, I think, said that one of the greatest things about not smoking and using an e-cigarette is that when he coughed, he didn't have to pull up his knickers, and he didn't lose his knickers. And I thought that was great. And climbing mountains, Dr. Glover used that. And yeah. So, or wet his knickers. He didn't wet his knickers anymore. And that was a sad statement, but it was funny. Yeah.
Yes.
So how is another consumer going to understand what the other consumer says?
Well, how is anybody going to understand anything when the FDA and CDC still will not make a huge announcement about EVALI, for example?
Yeah.
So
it's insane.
This week, Dr. Marewa Gilchrist. More.
I say Moria.
She's a very smart woman that works. She's a scientist. She works for PMI, but she's a scientist. She's a smart person.
Scientist, right?
And we don't judge science based on where it comes from. We judge science based on science. So you may be interested in this review from QEIOS, which is a preprint website. It's a review of the Philip Morris International used the e-cigarette or vaping product use associated lung injury outbreak to market IQOS heated tobacco. This has nothing to do with IQOS at all. I mean, obviously, this gave us the opportunity. Moira gave us the opportunity to talk to some people on Twitter. So she overtweeted herself and said, I'd really appreciate comments about this review. Also, if anyone has the time to try and replicate the original article's analysis as well as mine, it shouldn't take that long.
Yep.
So then our friend, the pirate, Mark Sliss, commented, if you didn't capitalize on the Valley public figure or public health failure, using it to promote a harm reduction tool, one people might have been more inclined to use during the outbreak. Why not? People who smoke still wanted to quit, and e-cigarette trust was reduced. Public health needed IQOS. And she said we didn't because we didn't support. She's saying we didn't capitalize on the Valley stuff. And then Mark, I certainly understand. It's just so wrong that at the point it was perhaps most needed, promoting IQOS is looked at as somehow a bad thing. Big tobacco control is the most twisted, backwards collection of humans I've ever come across.
Amen.
And then Philip Kirschberg says, as things turn out, much to my chagrin, that is possible. And then Juka posted a quote from Carl Phillips that says, if a giant asteroid was headed for Earth and a tobacco company issued a statement of concern, tobacco controllers would come out pro-asteroid. That is actually true. And then Sonia, also sometimes viewer of the show, they would start a media campaign to misinform the public. The asteroid doesn't exist. It's just a ploy of big tobacco to keep people smoking. Don't fall for the lies of the tobacco industry people. This massive asteroid will help us in solving the tobacco scourge once and for all. Don't get distracted by the concerns of the tobacco industry. Yada, yada, yada. And then Jaron, who I follow. I follow Jaron. At times, Jaron seems pro tobacco harm reduction, and he's made some pretty relevant comments. But at this point, I have to, and I'm not going to uncover my tweet yet. But he says, I agree with many of the sentiments, but playing Monday morning quarterback, what should CDC tobacco free, US FDA tobacco have done when eValley was first recognized? And this, he's saying a few years out, what have learned about a possible better approach than so he's saying, they chose to use the precautionary principle and blame, but the problem is it wasn't the precautionary principle. The precautionary principle, Kevin, is when people choose to be very conservative with their assessment or with their motivations or whatever, because they want to be safe. They want to be extra cautious.
Yep.
Well, the precautionary principle is only relevant if the people involved didn't already know.
That's correct.
What they knew.
You're damn right.
So they chose to go after nicotine during the eValley scare, even though they were fully aware that it wasn't nicotine vaping that caused the problem.
They took a socio-political approach.
How do I know this, Kevin? How do I know this? Because
I bet you got a link.
I got a screenshot, and then you sent me the link later. My tweet response is they knew before the first death of eValley that vitamin E acetate was responsible. They knew that no nicotine vaping product contained non-water soluble agents. So nicotine vaping is water chemistry based.
Stuff I didn't know. I had no idea about.
Everything that we use in vaping is water soluble.
And I didn't know.
So that's why when you add a thickening agent that has vitamin E oil in it,
you'll see
it's going to separate.
You will know it.
It will not homogenize.
Yeah.
So they knew that we didn't use the vitamin E acetate that they were well aware of that was causing the fucking problem. And they chose, not to test the victims of E Valley that they had hospitalized at the time.
Clearly, as Jerry and you.
For THC, because I fucking called the Surgeon General out in public.
Well. And we can't just do that.
The one and only time that he ever responded to me, I pulled his pants down in public, and from that point on, he would never respond to me again because I was like, "You're a fucking idiot." I mean, I did it in much better sense than I did because I don't use curse words on Twitter. You know that.
Yeah.
Seriously, they were relying on self-reporting during the entire E Valley outbreak.
Anecdotal evidence, yes.
Not only that, Kevin, not only were they anecdotes, but the vast majority of places where these cases happened were in states where THC is illegal. Mm-hmm. And most of the victims were minors or very young adults. And were afraid, I'm sorry, but it's true, were afraid that if they said, "Oh, well, I bought this vaping thing from a guy at the flea market,"
but they got swabs.
But they didn't. They're going to swab your fucking kids at school, but they were too cowardly or malicious because they already knew. Because you know how I know they knew, Kevin?
Because your friend had. Yeah, you're fucking right. I did.
And we talked about this when this happened, but I'm bringing it back up because Jaron walked into this and I was already in a bad mood. So this is from a study that was released on January 24th of 2020 in the Journal of Toxics. And it provides important insight into the recent lung intoxication epidemic referred to as, and you blocked out e-cigarette vaping use associated lung injury, E Valley.
I did that on purpose. Yeah,
I know you did. But I still want everybody to. So the study presents for the first time a comprehensive analysis of products used by E Valley patients. Vitamin E acetate was the main finding in cannabinoid liquids, and that no compound that could be linked to E Valley was found in the nicotine vaping products tested.
Period.
Our laboratory was the first to identify vitamin E acetate in vaporizer fluids recovered from pulmonary injury patients, which we promptly reported to officials of the U.S. CDC and FDA, the two people that Jaron was defending in his tweet.
Employed under.
And public health officials from numerous states via conference call and via email on August the 19th of 2019. So the study didn't come out until January of 2020. But on August 19th,
let's hold on to that study until next year, kids.
Of 2019, they did actually have a conference call and sent emails to the CDC and FDA saying, "Hey, we tested the products and they have vitamin E acetate and it's not nicotine vaping products.
We know what's killing people.
And guess what?
We're not going to tell you."
5 days later, what happened 5 days after this phone call, conference call, warning email? The very first fatality of E Valley happened. So they knew before the first person died that it was THC, illicit THC products in states where they were not legal, sold on the black market, that contained vitamin E acetate, is what caused the bad stuff, right? Now,
Yeah.
I asked you this before the show, but we were running late, so we didn't get to finish this conversation, Kevin. How many people continued to buy these products after August 19th of 2019? How many people continued to buy these products, and how many people got hospitalized or died or hospitalized and died of E-Valley? I don't know how, right off the top of my head, how many actual fatalities there were for E-Valley.
I think it was around 300, and I'm completely guessing. I don't have the numbers in front of me, and it was over I think it was around 3,000 that were hospitalized. And this defines Johnny Two Vapes word that I first saw on his tweet. I never heard it before. Desk murderers. That's what it is. They killed these fucking people.
So
period.
CDC and FDA
knew,
I won't say before the first person was hospitalized, but before the first person died,
they knew
that it was vitamin E acetate. Janine says it was 68 deaths.
I'll take it. I'm not sure.
Andrew says he thinks it's 15. So I don't know. We'd have to actually do a Google, and I've got too many screens open. I'm sharing screens. I can't do it this minute. If you want to, if any one of the viewers wants to Google it and find a source that tells me how many people died of E-Valley, that's credible.
One is too many when you knew the answer.
If one person that wasn't already in the hospital on August 19th of 2019, if one person, so there might have been more than the one person that died on the 24th of August of 2019. That was the first one that died. If one person that wasn't already hospitalized on August 19th, 2019 died because CDC and FDA didn't immediately go on TV, make an announcement, say, hey, if you bought illegal THC products where you shouldn't have, please don't use them, throw them away, or find your nearest police station or your nearest health department, and please drop those samples off for us to test. We will not prosecute you, but we need to know, please, please, please. If they had done that, then I would still criticize them, but I wouldn't be as critical.
And they were using this to their advantage.
When someone defends FDA by saying, well, they did the best thing they knew what to do, that is bullshit. They knew on August 19th of 2019 that it was vitamin E acetate, illegal, illicit cannabis THC products, and they knew that it wasn't vaping products. FDA knows because everybody's fucking registered their stuff. And if nothing else, FDA knows the basic chemistry of e-liquid.
You think? And they take it to their advantage because Jerry's taking selfies all the way through freaking October or November.
They know the basic chemistry. They know that we use water-soluble chemistry, so none of the stuff. When I hear vapors refer to e-liquid as oils, that always makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck because it's an awful. It's not the right word. It's not scientifically true. There's no oils. There's no essential oils in vaping because the essential oils are not. I mean, these are water-based flavors. PG and VG are water-soluble. The carrier for nicotine is either PG or VG or 50-50. That is water soluble. So they immediately, Bruni, I saw somebody say 61. I saw another person say 68. There were 2,711 confirmed cases.
That's April.
That's April 19.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if and this is an if because we don't know, if the first guy died on the 24th of August of 2019 and was the only person hospitalized, I don't know. If he was the only person hospitalized, then 67 deaths are on the CDC and FDA's list as far as I'm concerned. And their list is pretty long. It's not just about vaping stuff, but
and if they
this is malpractice.
Yes, it's malpractice.
And,
Complete.
when this came out in 2020, in January of 2020, we covered this then. And, when somebody who is like I said, Jaron has been relatively pro tobacco harm reduction, but when I see him become a CDC or FDA apologist
On the fence.
like making it fucking excuses, trying to play both ends towards the middle, I have to call this shit out. You can't look
Have it
at
both ways.
everything that we know.
Both ways.
You can't look at everything that we know and say, hey, they're doing the best job they can. That is not, it's not possible.
Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he didn't know.
Well, he hasn't responded to my reply where I put the screenshot. He hasn't replied.
I added to yours.
So
just for fun.
You can't look at the big picture of everything that we've seen.
And Leafly said it.
And make excuses. Leafly released their first piece in early August talking about Honeycut. Honeycut was the original culprit. Dank Vapes, everybody keeps saying Dank. Dank Vapes is not a fucking brand. Dank Vapes, you can order Dank Vapes. They're empty cardos that come in already printed boxes, and then you take those and you fill them yourselves. That's what that is. I mean, black market people are buying that shit from China. They come over, they're empty, and you fill them in your basement or bathroom or kitchen lab. So, the Honeycut was the product used as a thickening agent for low quality THC extract that was too watery. Everybody that understands the wax, the wax chemistry, the oil chemistry of THC vaping is, we'll get it. But the THC oil was was poor quality, and the only way they could get it into the cardos was to add a thickening agent, and that was the Honeycut.
Yeah. So you're drinking. One of the Stoner's friends was here tonight, and I walked out jokingly, and I said, "That stuff will kill you." And we were talking about the Valley. I messaged him. I got my son. I said, "Look, I don't know what you're doing, and I don't care. You're an adult. This is killing people, and it's not my stuff. It's your stuff. Know what you're talking about." So tonight, when we were talking about it, his friend said, "Yeah, if you flip this upside down, it separates. You know better. We know what the hell they were doing." So some kids didn't. Some kids were misinformed. Some kids were experimenting, probably. They didn't know any better, maybe. And
Cheech is in the chat room, and I mean, obviously this show is not about marijuana, but there's a big difference than buying actual leaf from a guy on the street that's just fucking leaf versus buying an oil extract.
Just a bubble test. That's good enough.
That's another descriptor. I mean, pot never did anything for me. I don't have a problem with pot. Like if that's your thing, that's your thing. I mean, I'm a fucking alcoholic, so I'm not going to judge you for being, whatever you choose to use to make you happy. That's fine. But it scares the hell out of me. I mean, because this is science. This is like you gotta know what the hell you're doing. And Kevin, and I don't know if Kevin knows, but I mean, we know tons of people that are in the cannabinoid business, the THC CBD business. Obviously Fig, who used to, is our brother and used to be on the show.
If I got a question,
that's his business now.
I can ask.
If nothing else, John Nathan, who has been on this show, is big in that industry. I could always pick up the phone or message or email or text him to get a response.
Yes,
I don't know shit about Delta anything. I don't know shit about any of that stuff. That's not my world. And I have chosen to focus on tobacco harm reduction, and that's fine. That's my thing. That's my shtick. But again, you do you, and if it makes you happy, that's great.
And how can we sit here mad about what we're already mad about and watch the CD fuck up something this, in my opinion, quick and easy and simple to solve and become heroes?
Yep.
And they chose against becoming heroes. They didn't save anybody's fucking life. They endangered more lives. So I'm just pissed about nicotine. Holy Christ, what else are they doing? What else are they?
Oh my God! If anybody, if this is
how many closed doors are there? Right?
FDA want to control, not just tobacco.
No,
and
everything.
All of our friends that fled the vaping industry, that moved to CBD or THC or whatever, they're in for a rude awakening if they think that they ran away for safety, because they're ultimately going to be regulated by the same people. And it probably will be as bad, if not worse, than regulated as a tobacco product. Because if they go down a pharmaceutical route, even if it's a non-prescription pharmaceutical route, they're still screwed. Still screwed.
No.
So yeah, I mean, yeah. And I've seen companies that understood as a vaping community or a vaping industry that they couldn't make health claims. As soon as they go into the CBD world, they're dropping fucking advertisements about all of the conditions that their CBD oils will treat. And I'm like, do you just realize what you just did?
Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people that went from making e-liquid one day to thinking that they're CBD experts the next. So I don't want to go that. I don't want to go into that conversation. But yeah, I mean,
I have a degree in Facebook attorney.
The people that I know that have been in the pot world for decades are cringing when they think of the unprofessionalism that flooded their industry when the vaping regulations shut down the vaping businesses. So it sucks. But anyway, back to our main focus of tonight. Kevin,
what? Don't start with me.
Did we go through all the stuff that I advertised already?
I think you did. I don't know. I got to look at your post.
Okay, we did the TFN, we did Glover, we did Charlie, we did Ruth, we did the swabby thing.
I didn't do Ruth.
The Journal of Addiction.
All I said was I'd walk her down the friggin' aisle. I didn't say I would do anything else.
Wow.
I have a screenshot of that.
Got
a lot of screenshots.
Oh.
Well,
this is the Panama thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So in Panama, I saw Michelle Minton post that they were considering a flavor ban in Panama, but INCO says that it was approved. Bill 178 was approved, and that prohibits the use. So I think it's already passed. I mean, I can't. Let me hit the translate tweet.
I trust the sources.
Assembly approved in third debates Bill 178 that prohibits the use of import and commercialization of electronic nicotine, such as blah blah blah. So
there you go.
Yeah. So it seems to me that it might already be a thing. Oh, you know what, Kevin? There was a tweet that I didn't cover. I just thought of it because I was looking at this prohibitionist tweet. And yes, Paul, we will talk about that as well. Because
let me clean my glasses.
There was another tweet that I wanted to cover.
What's this tweet thing you're talking? What is this Twitter shit?
Is
it like TikTok?
Right, that's the Health India guy. Oh, here it is. So, this was another prohibitionist move. So last week or 2 weeks ago, I can't remember if it was last week or 2 weeks ago, we talked about in Australia, they did a big sting and they busted a lot of illegal tobacco growers and people that were, remember we talked about that?
Oh no.
So Charles Gardner says, Singapore, 14 men jailed for the crime of trying to help Singapore smokers quit smoking and thus not die. Mm-hmm. So there was $700,000 worth of electronic cigarette and vaping related stuff and I don't know if this is Singapore dollars. This is probably Singapore dollars. I don't know what the conversion rate is, but there's a picture here. I don't know if it'll be in the article, but we'll click on it and see, Kevin. So Singapore, which was already, we've talked about this many times. Singapore was one of the very first countries that I'm aware of to ban vaping.
Didn't they cane some kids or something? Was that
no? Singapore? I don't. They did cane kids. I mean, but not for vaping. That was for vandalism or something like that. But 14 men aged 22 to 54 have been jailed for smuggling around 700,000 Singapore dollars worth of electronic vaporizers and related components into Singapore, which is the largest seizure to date. And I actually had a friend that traveled to Singapore probably 2015 that had his Pro-Vari confiscated when he flew into the country. So that was years ago. Officers found a total of 54,392 pieces of such items, said the Health Sciences Authority, HSA, and the Immigration and Checkpoints Authority in a joint media release on Monday, which was July the 5th. There's a photograph of the stuff. On June 7th, ICA officers found the prohibited items hidden in the cabin passenger seats of 7 Malaysian registered lorries, which are trucks, which were used, or vans, to transport live chickens into Singapore. HSA investigations revealed that the men who comprised of lorry drivers and attendants from the same Malaysian company had been instructed to proceed to a designated location in Singapore. They would then be approached by a person who would collect the prohibited products. The men, all Malaysians, were convicted in the court last Monday and received jail terms of up to 2 months. And there's a list of offenders here. Blah, blah, blah.
So had Atlanta had a smuggling thing come through last week or the week before. We've talked about the parents and the kids and the shooting and the black market that they, PAVE doesn't care about the black market. Tobacco Free Kids doesn't give 2 shits about the black market. They know it's going to come. So in Singapore, they know it's illegal and they're doing it anyway.
Cheech says that those people are criminals, which by definition, yes, is true. They did break the law that prevents people from vaping to quit smoking. Now,
human rights violation.
We are quite vocal proponents of flying the pirate flag on this show. If there is an unjust law, it is our duty as citizens to rebel against unjust law. And I have no quandary by saying that if I have a choice of following the law or allowing someone to die slowly, fighting for air, I'm going to break the fucking law. I will do it as safely as possible, but I will not watch someone die that I can prevent from dying. So anyway, I quote tweeted, I over tweeted Charlie, and I included I did tag the Singapore Health Sciences Authority, and I included a synopsized quote. This is my quote.
Nice choice of word too.
So I said, "How dare you try to save the people we have condemned to a smoky death, gasping for air," says Singapore Health Sciences Authority. "We decide how Singaporeans stop smoking, even if it kills them." And then I said, hashtag harm reduction, hashtag tobacco harm reduction is not a crime. Vaping is the same thing or equals a life preserver. Quit drowning smokers.
Human rights, period.
So, yeah.
Less harm, human rights. That's it.
As far as I'm concerned, saving someone's life should never be against the law. There is no middle ground. Obviously, yes, they did break the law. And if I break the law, I am willing to suffer the consequences of my actions. So, yes, if I make a choice to save someone's life and then the cops come and arrest me, I know that they won't Eric Garner me because I'm not the right color for that. So I'll be okay because I'll be convicted of a crime and go to jail for probably 6 months or whatever versus being dead like Eric Garner. But I'm willing to make that sacrifice, period. Drinking. So, Cheat says in the chat room that he agrees. He says, I agree. And he says, I'd rather my child didn't drink alcohol, but that's legal. No, it's not. Your child, depending on if they're 18 or 21, excuse me, your child is not legal to drink if they're a minor. If you're referring to them as a child, I would assume that they're a child. That is not legal. And yes, that is a legal product. And as of right now, so are vaping products in this country. Right. But no, not for a minor. They're not. So it's apples and apples. At some point, vaping could very well be illegal in this country. Mm-hmm. I don't actually believe that the act of vaping will ever be illegal. I just think that they'll make it nearly impossible for vaping products to be purchased.
Right. Available. Yeah.
So, they won't have to make vaping illegal because if they go through with this deeming as it is right now, we're getting pretty close to the court-defined deadline. Yep. And if FDA chooses to use their enforcement discretion and allow those products to remain on the market, it will take about half a second for those 13 or whatever health organizations that sued the FDA to get the deeming fast-tracked to demand that the courts enforce the decision.
In the old days,
regardless of what FDA wants to do, whether they're trying, if they're going to be cool about it and say, well, while we're doing these 6 million applications, we're going to allow you to remain on the market.
We'll be your friends. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what FDA chooses to use if they choose to use their enforcement discretion, because I'm quite confident that Truth, PAVE, all those organizations that sued and won are going to go to the courts and demand immediate enforcement of
immediate action. Yeah.
Yeah.
Attention.
So, Skip, it's just you. Refresh your screen.
Skip said in Minnesota, it is legal for a parent to give a child alcohol at home. In the 80s, I don't know today, when I was underage, if I were in a bar with my parent, he could order it. I could not. They could not serve it to me. They could serve it to him. He could hand it to me legally, and I could drink it legally.
In many states, it's illegal for a 20-year-old to purchase.
Yes.
But it is quite legal for a 20-year-old to possess.
Yes.
So that's how they get, for example, how they get servers at restaurants that have alcohol to be able to serve alcohol to you.
Yeah. Exactly.
So yeah, I don't know all of the nuances of alcohol enforcement across the world or country.
Yep. The body parts people deter laws that punish the juvenile.
So Mike, who's
Mike's joined us,
appeared in the chat room, is asking. This is literally, Mike. I have no foreknowledge of this, but I'm just telling you that the people that sued the FDA got the judgment that they wanted. And FDA chose not to resist it. They specifically gave the judge the deadline date that they got. So they had no grounds to appeal it.
Yep.
And now, after the FDA has already gone to the judge and asked for an extension, and the judge said, hell no.
Did what we could.
So literally, if FDA does what, like, I had James Jarvis on the show a while back, and James said that he'd been talking to the FDA and they'd been pretty cool about it and stuff, and said that they were working with people. And, if FDA even were cool, if FDA said, you know what, we have more of these applications to process than we can process in the timely amount of time that was given to us by the courts, and we have enforcement discretion, so we're going to choose to allow you to remain on the market if you're doing what you're supposed to be doing until we process these applications.
Yeah.
That could very well happen. I'm not, FDA could do that.
Yeah.
My theory, my thoughts on the matter are that even if FDA chooses to be cool about it, and I've said this on the show several times now, the people that sued the FDA are not going to stand by and let that happen.
Well,
PAVE is not going to stand by and let that happen.
American
Lung Association is not going to allow that to happen. The Truth Initiative is not going to allow that to happen.
These are faceless organizations.
Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids is not going to allow that to happen. They got a legal decision in the courts, and if I sued somebody, Kevin, if you and I sued Demetrius for something bad, I'm just making something up now, and he welched or didn't pay on the deadline or whatever, we're going to go to the courts and say, Judge, you said he owed us this money and he needs to pay us. And the judge is going to say, you are correct. I did that. And here's my judgment. And I'm going to send these guys out there and get your money.
Yep.
And that's the same thing that's going to happen in this case, is that, in my opinion, I'm just throwing this out there, that the people that sued the FDA and won are going to go to the courts and say, Judge, they're not doing what you told them to do. You need to send a cease and desist order to them immediately and demand that they do their jobs now.
Yeah, because now it's illegal.
And FDA is not going to have any choice in the matter.
Yeah.
That is my opinion.
Then they're not going to be cool.
I'm looking at the crystal ball, and that is what I'm saying. Now, in mid-September, or if they choose to be cool and it takes 2 weeks for these body part orgs. So let's say October. If by the middle of October this doesn't happen, I will come on this show and say, you know what? My prediction was wrong.
Yeah.
But as of right now, this is what I feel like is going to happen. And I don't have any insider knowledge. I'm just looking at this as a person that has watched court battles and watched legal bullshit happen. This is what I predict will happen. Drink some water.
Drink some water. And you can hold out both hands and wish in one, hope in the other. See which one fills up.
Hey Kevin, did you see that I'm drinking out of the Son of Liberty Radio laser engraved bottle water? Did you see that?
You know what? Don't make me make one of these signs that says I don't like you. Stop that.
You say it enough. So, I mean, my question is, Kevin, why would you want a Son of Liberty Radio one? Why are you jealous that you don't have one? Because you're not the Son of Liberty. I am the Son of Liberty.
I'm like
you need one that says vaping it. You need to have a cool logo.
Like an evil redheaded stepchild of Son of Liberty.
We need to get a graphic designer to come up with a cool logo for you.
Yeah. And
then we'll get one made for you.
I'm not smoking it. I'm vaping it. That's it. That's all that was.
We need a cool graphic.
Maybe a picture of Jerry.
I would consider having more of these made, but I'm not a salesperson, and I wouldn't want to make any money on the deal. But I think I paid like $40 for this, and that was cost. That wasn't like if I added a couple dollars to make dollars off of it. Yeah,
right.
And, I could just tell you where I bought it and see if he still has the file and you could order it yourself.
Ah, there you go. See,
Dan Short who used to be with Project Vapavet, has a laser engraving business.
Oh, I loved those guys.
I did for a while.
I promoted them a while.
Dan Short is awesome.
Okay. Yeah, I
He's a
saw
big
that.
giant redheaded dude.
Is he? I had learned of them early on. They were one of the groups I joined, and they put my survey in there, and I was grateful. And I realized what they did and how they did it, sending kits and stuff overseas. And I was like, wow.
They had some decent e-liquid too.
This is pretty. So I didn't even know that. I knew their mission.
They had an e-liquid line called BRV, Bottles Ready to Vape.
Okay.
And they have the popular one is the one that I hated though, is like that mint chocolate thing, and I can't do chocolate and mint together.
And for
people
the record,
love that. People love that stuff though.
If I remember correctly, and you probably know, they did a survey with service members, and they had a lot of data on it. And I believe that was also submitted to the FDA for the 2016 stupidity.
Yeah,
if I remember right.
Well,
so some of these organizations that you just go, well, whatever. They were actually doing shit.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So Bruni, they wouldn't get a different judge.
No,
the decision has been rendered. It's not like they need to file a new lawsuit and get a new judge. They're going to go back to the original judge that already rendered their decision,
and they're going to make a big publicity stunt.
And FDA they chose the date. The judge gave them the date that they said they needed, so they have no grounds to resist.
Honestly,
they can't appeal it because they got the date that they asked for.
This is honestly public relations gold if they do. So for the body parts people, look what they're doing. They told us this, and now they're not. It's actually absolute gold. Let's put that on record.
And for example, we talked about that study we did like 2-3 shows ago. We talked about the study where they had researched FDA enforcement of tobacco rules and their authority, and the conclusion was that FDA had been lax and had in some ways helped the youth vaping epidemic by not enforcing.
Not only did they promote it, they also
the body parts orgs already have ammunition. They're going to go to the judge and say, look at this study that came out after your decision that shows that FDA made the situation worse by not using their enforcement discretion harder.
There's all kinds of fucking loopholes.
This is like a comedy of fucking errors is what this is.
It is a comedy of errors. In 92 or 98, they settle all this money. And then they add in 90, I think it was 92, the Steiner Amendment. So 20%, right. I know. You just roll our eyes. We roll our eyes. That's what they do. They don't care. They don't give a shit.
No.
They don't care about the kids.
No.
I'm
not saying no to you. I'm saying no to Bruni.
Oh.
All of the vape court cases have now been rejected. Yeah. The Supreme Court has rejected both the Pacific Legal and the Big Vape from Mississippi. I can't remember that big time vape lawsuit. The court has chosen not to pick up those cases, so they're dead. There are no more cases. Anyway, sorry. The Steiner Amendment is a joke, Kevin, because no politician will admit that it exists. Half of them probably don't even know that it fucking exists.
Don't care.
The people that are on their staff don't know that it exists. And the ones that do know it exists don't want to admit that they know it exists because they realize how much money their state gets based on the fact that the Steiner Amendment has been changed to make it less teethy.
Makes it more fun.
Yeah.
So the FDA the Steiner Amendment recruits the newer smokers because they always need replacement smokers, and that's where they come from. So then they get their cigarettes and they start smoking, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Keeps on going. It's a fucking Ponzi scheme. They raise the taxes to lower the smoking rates, so they've got to charge the fewer smokers more money because they're losing money that they're giving away to the stock market because they're junk bonds. So it's all money. Raja doesn't care about you or your fucking kids. Karishma, whatever his name is. I don't know his name. Raja.
Krishna Murthy.
Fucking idiot. Let's all have a moment of silence, shall we? That's enough. Snicker, gasp, gag.
I'm so sad I can't see his tweets anymore.
Jesus Christ. Can you not have tried harder? I'm so proud of you.
I here's the thing, Kevin. I don't think he blocked me based on that tweet.
No.
I think he blocked me based on the number of people that were tagging me, asking me
or the
why I wasn't already blocked.
Maybe on the context of the tweet, though, because you did insult the little bastard. And he's got a band to perform with. He doesn't have time for people like you.
How is that insulting? Let me find that again. I already moved off of it, but how?
He has 120,000 downloads, and you had 500,000. You got a half a fucking million.
How is how? Let me read.
It's insulting him.
This is not insulting. This is the truth.
To him, it's an insult.
So he got 125,000 downloads, and I asked, "Is that a big deal?" I truly don't know. Is that supposed to be a big deal? Because Kevin, I'm just like a dude that reads news articles about vaping on a podcast, and I have 500,000 downloads. Is that insulting?
It's
now
this
could be considered this, and this was just me suggesting better life choices for him. When I said you should aim higher than being a tobacco harm reduction science denier, I'm just trying to be helpful.
That's what I do, and everybody thinks I'm insulting people. So I figure you're insulting him.
I mean, I wasn't trying to hurt his feelings. This was me giving him life guidance
because he needs it, certainly.
Well, I mean, obviously he needs to chill.
It's
because I've read some of his blogs, and
they're not that good, honestly.
They're not well written, and they're just kind of mean, without having any reason to be mean. He has no scientific veracity behind him. He's just saying mean words.
No, there's and forgive me if you ever listen. I don't know if she does. I can't think of her name at the moment. I think Martin McKee over in the United Kingdom. He's a tropical expert, tropical disease expert.
Now, Kevin, I have to explain to you what a degree or specialization in tropical diseases is. It is not what you think it is.
Well, I bet it is.
Well, it's not what I think you think it is, because having a specialization in tropical medicine or tropical disease does not mean that you only study malaria.
Right. He anyway, and he insulted, I can't think of her name. Oh, Lorian, I believe. And she wrote a blog, and I can't even remember the name of it, but she ripped his ass without ripping his ass. One of the better blogs I've read, and I miss her blogging because
I didn't write it.
Lorian, I can't remember her last name. And her dad has very soft hands, by the way. So nicotine hands. He's milking unicorns. But when you have idiots who are fearful of a consumer like you or me, who can outwit, outlast, outsmart, all that other good stuff, and Bruni and Skip and all you guys in the room, you within reason, you're targeting people that should know better and then can't argue it, and then they just block like Simon the Chimpman did you, and it's sad. It's very, very disappointing, honestly, because how am I going to learn from Glance? Glance blocked me within a week. I thought I could learn all sorts of things. Surely,
I don't think he's blocked me.
surely they were going to be interested in my cute little survey, which I found to be pretty astonishing when I read all the comments, and they didn't want anything to do with it. Nothing. You fucking idiot. So follow him and see if he blocks you. All you got to do with him, I think, is follow. But he's been distracted lately, so
yeah. I did actually I want to show. So I did specifically maybe dog Jaron a little bit a while ago.
Okay. Lori Jolly.
I want to, like, this is another one of his tweets that's perfectly amazing and awesome.
Yeah.
It's intelligent, it's to the point, and it calls into question the same stuff that we call into question. So he says that he's watching The Merchants of Doubt by Eric Conway and Naomi Oreskes. And it's incredibly interesting how the issue of big money and big tobacco was a warning flag, but Michael Bloomberg and Bloomberg.org's money against vaping as a cessation tool isn't called into question. Great watch. So if you haven't watched Merchants of Doubt, you need to watch Merchants of Doubt. It's pretty amazing. And yes, why are people so horrified about big money in tobacco, but they're not horrified that Michael Bloomberg is spending millions, and I'm talking about people outside of our community, millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars over the last 10 years fighting vaping as a cessation tool, which we already showed a scientific study just a few seconds ago that proved that vaping is more successful than any other consumer product at getting people to quit smoking.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, so one tweet, he's defending the CDC and the FDA and their handling of the E-Valley crisis.
Right.
And the next, and I attacked him for that. And then the next thing you know, he's saying something smart and intelligent. Now, you mentioned Johnny Two Vapes a while ago, dude.
Yeah.
And I particularly have found that sometimes he is quite rude on Twitter.
He can be. Yeah.
And I'm trying to find the tweet, but he blasts Jaron and he uses foul language, and and as much as I like Johnny Two Vapes' point of view, it's probably not a best idea to tell people that their head's up their ass. Just saying.
All right. So this kind of leads into cranky old broad, on occasional crank me up. Let me flip my screen here because I can't read it and see it at the same time. You should at times jump in the middle of a thread where there's more than one tweet and it connects. Then see the how, who, what, where, when, and why cause before or after the effect, because you can't. So let's jump straight into Skip. Skip says to Jaron himself, I've got to admit that made me sit straight up in my chair. I've never considered that perspective. Look, we're thinking outside the box, Skip. I don't know if that's acceptable in most communities if they're closed. Short tweets are a challenging way to discuss such a thing. I wish we were sitting over a cup of coffee. Would be nice to chat. So let's just go up one tweet. Can I just say, as someone who believes in the vision of harm reduction, that I also hate nicotine? I don't think it makes you an animal to hate addictive substances. I'm not saying all the addictive substances need to be prohibited, whichever way you like. But I hate that they can ruin lives. So Skip says, this is a great point. And then she goes on. So I'm gonna link my tweet, not for my attention, but to go on from hers, from this one here. So you guys will jump straight into that part of the tweet. And then you can go back up as you choose and want to do, because you're all adults and you can do that. I thought it was a kind of an astounding little bit of Skip that you can have there. That's all. And it happened to be with Jared or Jaron, whatever his name is.
Jaron.
Jaron.
I have a friend that has a kid named Jaron. That's why I know how to say his name.
And I do follow him, and he seems.
Yeah, we actually found him on World Vape Day, I think, and we followed him.
Okay,
on that show.
He's not, in my opinion, Ruth, completely Ruth, because Ruth has been sitting on a fence since 2014. I went back and I did Alice in Tobacco Land, and I did a whole blog about Alice, which is Ruth. And there were two people early on. I thought, I like Ruth. I followed her, and she's kind of communicating, and she wants to. And there were two people, Agent Anya, and Bruni, who said, she's not very smart, or to that effect. We won't elaborate anymore, but watch her, because she won't do that. She will not commit. And both of those people, very smart people, told me that. And I thought, you guys don't know. Well, they were right, period. Absolutely right. So finding someone who knows better and is in the world of public health, who, with my earlier tweet, shows she don't give a shit about public health. She wants narrative. And she's insulted vapors. And if some of you do remember, in that Alice blog, she was saying, because she was an old psychiatric nurse and some of you people are nuts. Now think what nicotine does, right? So she's stigmatizing you within the tweet. And then she apologized, just like Chapman has had to apologize publicly because of things they've said as a professional that they should not have said. And then they went, oh shit, I got caught, and people ripped her ass even then, 2015 or 16, when she said that. Hey, I use this stuff because it helps me. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're the professional, and you don't know what you're talking about. I don't care. She loved playing the fool to treat people as idiots. And that's what they all do. And you brought up a point a while back that they're that Tirhir guy, the Turkish or whatever. He's a media specialist or whatever the fuck they call themselves. Social media experts and all that crap. Jerry has a psychological degree, I think.
Who?
Jerry. He had some kind of.
He's an anesthesiologist.
Yeah, but he had a background on his thing for a while. I can't remember what it was. I can't remember. Maybe I found it on Wikipedia. I don't know. What's his name? Jerome.
You're talking about Jeremy?
Yeah.
Jerome?
Let me look real quick. He's got.
I'm over here tweeting.
What are you tweeting about, you shithead? What are you
Stuff.
Stuff.
I'm retweeting your doctor or Father Kearney, and I'm multitasking the tweet by including Dr. Charles Gardner's interview talking about we should be discussing the benefits of nicotine at the same time. And I also introduced the world, not the viewers, but the rest of the world, to the phrase nicotine enhanced.
There you go. There you go.
And I'm going to link Charlie in the conversation.
Oh, good. There you go.
Because, he's my friend.
Mm-hmm. Bachelor of Science, Bachelor of Arts, Biopsychology. That's what it was he had.
The hell is that?
Biopsychology is known as biological psychology. Biopsychologically, what the hell? Is the application of principles of biology to the study of physiological, genetic, and developmental mechanisms of the behaviors in humans and other animals. So he wasn't exactly what I thought he was, but the same principle. Try to bullshit people.
Do you have principles?
I had a couple. One of them, when I was like 8, my mom got a call, and I don't know what I did, but I was in trouble, and I could hear her on the phone telling the principal, "You could paddle him all you want. You don't have to call me for permission." So there you go. It started early.
That's how you turned out the way you turned out. Just saying.
Pretty much.
Just saying.
He never tried to stick a swab in my mouth, so there you go. He did give a good paddling though.
I'm hoping you at least swabbed your ears periodically.
On occasion, once in a while.
You might be trying to grow potatoes in your ears.
Yeah.
That was something my mom always said.
Of course.
You're trying to grow potatoes in your ears.
That's
Clean
right.
your ears.
Wear clean underwear, clean your ears.
My grandmother always asked, do I keep a clean pair of underwear in the glove box just in case? And I'm like, how am I going to change my drawers if I'm in an accident, Grandma?
And how's Mom? Mom better?
She had quadruple bypass.
Yep.
And she was in the CVICU, which was expected.
Yep.
Then they put her in a room for one day, and then they moved her back to CVICU because she was hoarding her CO2. So her carbon dioxide level her oxygens were fine.
Yeah.
But her O2 or CO2 levels were also high. Okay. So they put her back in the CVICU, put her back on the vent for a day or so. Then they put her on the CPAP, and everything seems to be okay with the CPAP. And just this evening, they moved her to the pulmonary unit in the regular hospital. So she's no longer.
So the downgrade. Okay, good.
So probably be at the rehab within the next couple days, probably.
Good.
But they do have to transport her 2.5 hours away because she went to the hospital in Pittsburgh, which is about 2.5 hours from the house, because that's where the best hospital was. But now she can go to regular rehab. So they're going to send her to the rehab local to where she lives.
Yeah.
Which will be fine. I haven't spoken to her, though. She's been vented the whole time and stuff. So, yeah.
Yep. You still should invite her on. Since Chapman won't be coming.
Oh, she won't come on, dude. She doesn't believe in the internets. She's even more of a Luddite than you.
Yeah.
But this is what happens. This is what happens when you don't do what you're told, Kevin.
That's true. That's true. Are you going to share the tweet, or are you just fucking around?
Yeah, I guess I will. Let me go to my profile.
I don't know what this tweaker. What is it? Twitter?
This tweeter? Are you a tweaker? So this might be convoluted, Kevin, because there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of moving parts in this tweet.
Nicotine enhanced.
So I would argue that nicotine enhanced would be better than the damaging verbiage addicted, or the less damaging dependent. Mm-hmm. It's time we discuss the benefits of nicotine use. What do you think, Chauncey Gardner? And there's a link to his thing, as well as over tweeting the Father Jack 7-minute video talking about the difference between. So there are a lot of moving parts. So the tweet doesn't look pretty because it doesn't have a preview of the video or the article.
Right. I didn't put any comments on there because I wanted it out. There's been a couple of
reasons. So there's a lot of information. There's a lot of moving parts on the tweet. So that's fine because we said hello to Chauncey.
Yep.
And we got the link to his piece and Father Frank's. Because Father Frank is actually a certified addiction counselor.
Yeah. Invite him on.
I have. He is not social media guy. He doesn't post on Facebook. I have messaged him multiple times.
Okay.
But like I said a while ago, I am working to get Charles back on because I specifically want to talk about a specific thing with Charles. He's been on other shows. He's been on our show. Thank you. Thank you for all the well wishes for the mother. She will be better, but she's going to have to be obedient from now on.
You brave little man.
Did I tell the story? She came here to visit like 4 years ago. She came for like 3 weeks. So I come home from work, I cook dinner, I get everything ready, and then I go to the airport to pick her up. So when she comes home, when we get her here, Dinner's already ready. It's on the table. So she walks in. Now, you got to understand, my mom's hypertensive. She's insulin-dependent diabetic, and she's already had a heart attack and had stents put in her heart. And she's on a plethora of medications. So she gets here. She sits down at the dining room table, and she says, "Where's your salt shaker?" And we don't own a salt shaker at the house. We don't have one. We cook with a little salt. It's there, but we don't have one on the table. And I'm like, "Mom, you haven't even tasted that food yet. How do you know that it needs salt?" And she's like, "I put salt on everything." And I'm like, "Mom, you're hypertensive. You need to not have salt." She, we have a little bit of an argument there. She says, "Well, I'm on medicine, so I can have whatever I want." So then a few minutes later, she says, "What do you have for breakfast food?" And I said, "I have oatmeal here," because you eat oatmeal sometimes. There's cornflakes, your favorite cereal. She says, "Well, do you have sugar to put on the cornflakes?" I said, "Mom, you're insulin dependent diabetic. You're not supposed to be putting sugar on anything." "Well, I just give myself a few extra units. I can have whatever I want." Then she says, "Do you have any bacon in the house?" I said, "Mom, there's no bacon in the house because you've had a heart attack and your cholesterol's high. You don't need to have bacon." "Well, I take medicine so I can have whatever I want. My doctor said." And I said, "You need a new fucking doctor." So, yes, she's going to have to be more obedient.
You're just mean.
Well, I want her to be older than 74.
Oh,
and I bought her turkey bacon. I did go to the store and buy her turkey bacon, and it's still in my freezer right now.
It's not the same. It's good, but it's not the same.
It is not good. Yeah. But yes, she is unruly. She is a disobedient, insubordinate Irish woman.
Pigeonhole and listen to you. Bacon for everyone. There you go.
Well, if you go to my Facebook, you'll see that I have a photographic recipe for how I make meatloaf.
Yeah.
And the massive amount of bacon that goes into my meatloaf recipe.
See, no, so
I'm not anti-bacon. I am anti-bacon for people that have had heart attacks and have high cholesterol and horribly blocked cardiac arteries.
And your mom. Yeah, okay.
Well,
all right.
She had three. The first time she had 3 occluded arteries that were over 90% occluded. 2 of them were measured at 100% blocked.
Yeah.
So
said it. She'll outlive most of us.
I don't think so. If she doesn't change.
It's funny how the parental role changes, isn't it?
Oh, my patients tell me that shit all the time. They're like, "I don't know when I stopped being the mom and started being the kid, but my kids treat me like I'm a child." And I'm like,
"Yeah,
yes, yeah, I see that. Yeah.
That's what my mother told me. You're not my mother."
Who's your daddy?
And hard-ons. What are you going after?
Who's your daddy? So you actually shared with me in the the Facebook Messenger, a chain of tweets from the guy that keeps trying to blow us off, Alex Norcia,
which is a interlude to the earlier society.
Well, I mean, I reached out to Charlie, and he's like, "Dude, I'm coming. Just message my secretary the details."
Yeah, it's formality.
So we can, But Alex is like, "Dude, I got to talk to my editor, and I have to blah, 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 and I'm moving." And then he was on Reg Watch, and I'm like, "I don't want you anymore. You were already."
I got to ask if I can have bacon or not before I come on. And
so Alex Norcia says, "Going to thread a letter here from Megan Piper, the president of the Society for SRN." We're going back to
We're going back.
SRNT again. This is
And
our
this-
third dip. This is our third dip in the SRNT.
And purposely because we want to make sure we've covered both bases. Yes?
Yes.
I want to hear the whole story. And I'm sure, hi, Matt, don't you know you offhand? Glad you're here, and Bacon does save. So that's why I saw this and I'm like, ooh, we got to cover this as well, because I knew what else we were covering. You may have the floor, sir.
So it says here, going to thread a letter here from Megan Piper, the president of the Society for Research on Nicotine and Tobacco. She sent this to members of the organization today about the board's decision to bar industry science. So there's a screen cap here. So I made it bigger. It says, earlier this week, I sent an email notifying members of the board's decision to ban tobacco industry employees from attending SRNT's annual meeting. The announcement was largely has largely received positive reaction, but as expected, we have also heard some concerns and confusion. On the positive side, I have received many supportive notes, including from our former members who have decided to reinstate their membership and to attend future annual meetings. Because we don't like you, you're not allowed to come. On the negative side, I have heard concerns that this feels like SRNT is censoring science. No, they're gatekeeping science. I am also aware that some are confused whether this ban extends to scientists who consult with but are not employed by the tobacco industry. I appreciate all this feedback and people's willingness to share it.
Stop.
So that's paragraph 1.
Stop. So she says, I've heard concerns. It feels like we're censoring science. And then she says, some are confused whether this ban extends to scientists. So are they censoring or banning? Which is it? I'm confused. Go on.
So the next paragraph that was included in the Alex Norcia tweet says, at this time, I would like to clarify 2 important points. First, this ban only applies to tobacco industry employees. It does not apply to people who consult with the commercial tobacco industry. It also does not apply to e-cigarette companies that are not owned in whole or in part by the tobacco industry. Thus, now let's be clear, Kevin. These people have been saying for years that the tobacco industry is running the vaping industry, that the tobacco industry owns everybody in the vaping industry,
and that they're sneaky bastards, and they hide from us, and
yeah.
So
thus, the ban applies to employees of some, but not all e-cigarette manufacturers. Note, while U.S. regulators currently consider all e-cigarettes to be tobacco products, at this point, SRNT is using a more narrow definition of the tobacco industry.
Not e-cigarettes. Just
if you are employed by a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate corporation that has massive amounts of money to spend on science, you're not allowed.
But if you're, as Glance has pointed out, 20 or 30 years behind the tobacco industry, and you're just a public health guy, come on in, because we want to know stuff from 30 years ago. Yeah.
He's a rocket scientist that we haven't gone to the moon in like 40 years. So anyway, second, SRNT is fully supportive of scientific inquiry. No, you're not.
Wonderful.
You're preventing scientists from coming and talk to you based on who their bosses or who employs them. As far as I'm concerned, you shouldn't be afraid of science.
No.
Shouldn't be afraid of science. If you're a scientist, you should not, if you claim to be a science-based organization, you should welcome all science, review that science, try to find flaws in that science, so then you can refute that science.
The next sentence is my favorite one.
SRNT is fully supportive of scientific inquiry, including inquiry into harm reduction and use of alternative tobacco and novel nicotine products.
Sure they are. This is my favorite right here.
This ban in no way signifies a change in our support of science.
What is the support of science? How do you define your support of science? But
for me, welcoming science and being able to disseminate and
theirs,
dissect and understand and be able to possibly refute, clarify, whatever.
And their no way signifies a change. They're going to do it just like they've always done.
Yeah.
Please go on.
Research on these products is essential for public health and the advancement of science, and SRNT supports active discussion and debates about these products.
Stop. How can you have a discussion or debate if the people that are doing it aren't there? Go ahead.
It is not our intention to limit this active area of debate and inquiry. What?
Yeah, it is.
You're
fucking idiots.
You're canceling discourse. You are
here, just in case it's still around.
Well, I'm drinking water, so it's okay. So then the last one says, as outlined in my prior message, SRNT is a member-driven scientific organization which is trying to balance our mission to disseminate science with our values of transparency, public health, and social justice. Okay.
How can you be transparent?
So, all right. There's a problem here, boys and girls.
Okay.
In one of the paragraphs far above, like the first or second paragraph that we showed the screenshot of, she was celebrating the fact that members that had left the organization because they were unhappy with the fact that maybe the organization had been more open to allowing discourse and conversation and bringing in people that maybe were included in groups that they didn't like. But now that you've banned those people, you're happy that these members are coming back, because obviously you want their membership money. You want their dues. So when you say that you are a member driven, the next two words don't work anymore, because if you're changing your philosophy to get your members back that left you because they disagreed with you, so you're banning a group of people so that your members will come back, that means that you are not
your prejudice
scientific. You're not a scientific organization anymore.
No. So it's not even a conflict of interest. It's a contradiction in terms.
You're folding on your ideals.
Exactly. How can you, Patrick? I really want to talk to you, but I really can't, because I don't want to hear your views and I don't want to disseminate your side, because I got my side and that's the right side and you're wrong, and you'll have to go over there and do that so we can just fight about it online.
Yep.
So I can't face you, person to person.
And then they include the word social justice at the end, which kind of makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up.
Yeah.
Justice is justice.
Mm-hmm.
Right? As far as I'm concerned, and we've been quite vocal on the show that we support people of minorities. We've been very vocal that tobacco control is using their regulations and laws to unfairly victimize people of different socioeconomic groups.
Yes.
But so science and social justice sort of compete. I mean, you just can't. Anyway, this can be a difficult balance to strike. I know that not everyone will agree with the board's recent decision to limit conference attendance as a means of striking this balance. That is okay. Differences of opinion are healthy to scientific inquiry and promoting public good.
Yes, as long as we keep them out of our faces.
As long as you agree with us, and as long as you are in our crowd.
How can anybody read this and not understand what they're doing or not doing?
I hope this message clears up any confusion about who this ban impacts and whether the society is still committed to harm reduction science.
Well, it's clear.
Kevin.
You're self-indulging pricks is what you are.
No, that's fucking. They're fapping. It's a fucking circle jerk.
Well, yeah, of course it is.
You know,
they like hard-ons.
It's a fucking echo chamber.
Of course it is. I put above them. I changed it. I can't find the tweet fast enough for this, but I put little bubbles instead of above their logo instead of their little signs, and I changed their mission statement. But anyway,
here's your sign.
Fucking idiots.
Do a show where Patrick's mouth is covered with duct tape. That would be the same thing. I don't.
Because I don't agree with you, so hush. We've disagreed.
Very rarely.
But of course we can. And we're actually always respectful.
I totally welcome one day when you say something that I don't agree with or that I can argue with, because then we can have some fun. Equally.
I know. Hot flashes and hard-ons is all you.
Speaking of, Kevin, we didn't even cover that yet.
These fucking people are so stupid. If of all the things in the fucking world you can think about to look at for e-cigarettes and dangers and formaldehydes and rats and all the other dumbass shit, now they're going along the same lines of the smoking narrative. So now you can't get a hard on and it'll make hot flashes worse. So
I gotta find your tweet, man.
Just want to make sure everybody's aware. That's all. Because as a consumer, I need to know this shit. You know,
I gotta find the audio clip I have of Tedros. Remember, I did the video and I had Tedros saying body bags. Body bags. I gotta find that again.
Yeah, he said today that they have to buckle down and start working on this coronavirus. So, really?
Oh, here it is.
Working at the sound of music.
All right. So here's your tweet.
No,
I found your tweet.
I don't know which one. Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Tulane Medicine. That's my alma mater, dude. That's where I got my master's degree.
Mm-hmm.
E-cigarette use may be associated with ED in men, according to new meta-analysis from Tulane researchers and colleagues who call for clinical trials and basic research to solidify their findings. Hashtag vaping, hashtag e-cigs, hashtag Tulane research.
Solidify.
Yeah, I know, right? And then the second time that you focused on the NCPC Central Cal tonight, this is a second tweet from them that you are highlighting. It says, did you know that smoking makes menopause symptoms worse? AMS Cooligan reports a research study that found that women who quit smoking had less severe hot flashes, and those that continued to smoke had worser. Oh my, worser hot flashes.
But take a moment, because Yolanda said it's true she hasn't had a hard on in years. It's got to be much worser for her.
Worser.
That's making you cringe, isn't it? It's
at least it wasn't on the Tulane tweet. It's from some dumbass from California.
Is it hot in here?
These are supposed to be academics, and they don't even know worser's not a fucking word. Oh. So your tweet says, here's the latest breaking deep social science research from professionals at Tulane Medicine about e-cigs, vaping, and smoking from Cal NCP. So far for July. It could get worser, but not for now. They're concerned about hard-ons and hot flashes.
Of all the things in the world that you can talk about and study and spend money on, this is what they want. This is the best of the best. Yeah, you can go down. Yeah,
and then Demi responds, "I have been vaping for 10 plus years and I can't keep it down. I am available for test subject if you provide the props. Thanks in advance."
Pictures of Phil. Oh God. Oh. I told him he needs to volunteer. I don't normally condone the volunteering, but in this case, they'll supply the verbal masturbation. Demi, you gotta supply your own images. He's got some of him in the pool, doesn't he? In a Speedo or something. Oh.
Oh, did I do that live on screen?
Yeah, you're good.
Damn.
I guess that's why I understand the hot flash thing. I've got a wife and all, but
here's David Forsyth, by the way.
Yes.
Part-time, sometime viewer, listener of the show.
Yes.
Who apparently is the what is it? The stepfather of the founders of Ripe Vape. So Carrie says, to solidify their findings on ED, wouldn't they need hard facts, or would that be worse?
Boogeyman. I think they're asking for male vapors to send nude selfies with an erection while vaping. Don't prompt anybody. Oh my God. Mallory.
Ma'am. She's in the chat room, ma'am.
Well, you see me stuttering right below.
Do I need to worry about having sex while vaping and my nipples don't get hard? That means somebody's not doing something right. That's all I'm saying. I'm not. They may could maybe be if there's. I don't know, Mallory. More research is needed. And Skip says, "Tell that to my hot flashes." Well, what they're saying, Skip, is that your hot flashes are worse because you're vaping.
No, that was the smoking. But they're going to imply it eventually. So, yeah. All I know is,
I don't know, man. Whiskey dick is a real thing. Is all I'm saying.
And that's my. I ignore him.
Yeah,
we've discussed him, but
yeah,
he's got a great video. He's got a great meme. So there you go.
Mississippi.
It's going to get worser and worser and worser before this is over.
Oh my gosh, this is.
I could not believe that I saw the word or non-word. It's been used. I've heard it. When it. My
I have
grandson,
to click on this. What is this? Oh, well, NCPC Central Cal is the Nicotine and Cannabis Policy Center.
Yeah. Yeah, they study policy. They provide
conducts policy research to help reduce tobacco-related disease and death and disease in 11 counties in the SJV and adjoining mountains.
Yeah. So they're nobody.
What is SJV? Where's my Cali people? What is SJV? I just insulted Cali, so I don't know that they're going to pay attention to me now.
I know Stevie Ray Vaughan, but I don't know that one. All I know is that they have
SRV, sir.
They have like 50 followers or something. I don't know what made them.
I have more than them. Then
there you go. See, you guys follow Patrick. Ignore everything I say.
They're doing it to hurt my feelings.
Will they only take hard facts, or will they take slightly stiff information? Oh my God. So Skip's no longer a person who smokes. Why is she so cranky?
She's never cranky with me, sir. If she's cranky, it's because of you.
$5.99 a minute.
That's all I'm saying, man. I think you bring out the worst in people.
I do. Snark. She was the queen. She said something last week. I think it was last week, and I said she's the queen of snark. I forget what it was.
But I'm the king of snark. Like every one of my tweets is snark.
But you said you weren't trying to insult Chimpman.
No, I genuinely was trying to, to help him make better life choices.
You were trying to help. I'm trying to help. Just do it, Skip. You'll feel better, and by golly, it's just the right thing to do.
Dude, my patients are probably about 85% female.
Yeah.
In the age range from like 70 to 103.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee you I've heard "fuck off, Patrick" from them
far more than me.
So
I love it.
Hearing it from one more old lady is not going to make. She's not old lady.
What was that? What San?
See, now I purposefully San Joaquin.
Okay, I believe you.
Now I'm purposely trying to make her say "fuck off, Patrick." So.
Mark needs more photos. Leave that Twitter account open.
So let's see. We did this.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. There's one more thing.
All right.
Give me 1 second. This is a new press release that hot off the presses.
Hot off the press.
So last week we discussed I think was it not PMI that purchased the pharmaceutical company last week?
Yeah. I don't know the name of it, but yeah.
I think we talked about that last week. Give me 1 minute here. Because they acquired another company this week. 2 hours ago, actually. So the company that they acquired last week was, in my opinion at least, because of their novel delivery methods.
Right.
As dissolvable, like oral, they had different unique delivery methods for their products, right? So this week, let me go ahead and put this on here. This is from The Guardian. There's multiple news outlets. This was just one that I clicked on. There's a press release, but I clicked on it and it didn't open. Let me remove this for a second. Let me see if I can get the press release to open, because that's more official looking and doesn't have all this fucking ad stuff. Oh, okay. So the Berkshire's the Business Wire press release is blank.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let's see if this one is any better. Yeah, it's not nearly as addy. This one has fewer ads. So PMI is set to acquire Vectra Group, which is a UK pharma company.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the text. It says PMI will acquire Vectra Group, a provider of inhaled delivery solutions, for £852 million, which is 1.2 billion US dollars. PMI's Beyond Nicotine strategy, announced in February, articulates a clear ambition to leverage our expertise in inhalation and aerosolization into adjacent areas, including respiratory drug delivery and self-care wellness, with a goal to reach at least 1 billion in net revenues by 2025. And that's the PMI CEO, Jacek Olczak, in a statement. The acquisition of Vectra, following the recent announced, Fertin, announced agreement to acquire Fertin, will position us to accelerate this journey by expanding our capabilities in innovative inhaled and oral product formulations in order to deliver long-term growth returns.
Mm-hmm.
So last week when we talked about this Fertin Pharma acquisition, I specifically posited when we went to their website, nothing in the press release said what I thought was that they were purchasing this specifically for the novel delivery methods that Fertin specializes in.
Mm-hmm.
And now they specifically say they're buying this company for their delivery method science.
Mm-hmm.
So this is in a company that specializes in inhaled medical technology.
Mm-hmm.
And last week they bought another company that specializes in novel oral. Sometimes it's nice to get oral, but anyway,
Surely
oral delivery methods.
Surely patented.
Yes.
Or will be very quickly.
Don't call me Shirley. I've been making all sorts of movie references tonight, and I don't think that half the people are getting them. So, as of right now, Vectra is a provider of innovative inhaled drug delivery solutions that enable partners to bring their medicines to patients. The company has 13 key inhaled and 11 non-inhaled products marketed by major global pharmaceutical partners, as well as a diverse portfolio of partnerships for drugs in clinical development. In 2020, Vectra generated net revenues of 191 million pounds.
Mm-hmm.
This transaction value represents a multiple of around 14 times Vectra's initial buy estimate.
Mm-hmm.
So
why not?
Right here in a press note, PMI released the benefits it expects to derive from the Vectra acquisition: access to differentiated proprietary technology and pharmaceutical development expertise to deliver a broad range of complex inhaled therapies. Kablam, right? The addition of highly complementary human capital technology, high quality infrastructure, and deep know-how of inhalable formulation and design, device design, development and analysis, drug device combination, and pharmaceutical management process and systems. The combination will fully leverage PMI's existing capabilities in life sciences and product innovation and clinical expertise. Yes. I don't need to go on because
no.
So here, the last one, I'll just read the last one real quick. Together with the announced agreement to acquire Fertin Pharma, the acquisition gives PMI a comprehensive portfolio of development capabilities covering innovative inhaled and oral product formulations to fulfill its beyond nicotine ambitions in line with its key sustainability priorities.
Right. So Paul has given me rabbit holes on occasion because we like rabbits. And might have been a chat with you. I'm not positive, but in that process of learning some of the rabbit holes he sent me down, he said, not verbatim, you got somebody in an accident, they're wide awake. Instead of giving them a shot or whatever that is, here it's just like an inhaler. Same process we do. It delivers quicker. It goes right to your mouth. Bing, bang, boom. It's in your bloodstream. It will stabilize you, whatever the drug is they need to give you, and off you go. Then it's an acceptable thing that you can do. It's not nicotine. Also, the patenting of the product, the device, the system that they use, etc. So when you get glossy-eyed over some of this was brought to my attention by Paul Tic Tac long ago, and I was like, that's a great idea. What other medicines can they use with this type of technology that can help people and save lives?
We already knew that PMI had their current pharmaceutical wing developing new and innovative delivery techniques that could be used as a pharma pathway for big tobacco to move into the smoking cessation market.
And why not?
And now they've even got, if you can't tell me, I mean, they're saying that they're using this for their beyond nicotine strategy,
right.
But you can't tell me that obviously Fertin, one of the big deals on the Fertin website is they have innovative pouch technology for delivering dissolvable medical product via the oral pathway. You can't look me in the eye and tell me that they're not going to use that as a nicotine delivery method.
Correct.
In their beyond nicotine platform.
Sure.
You can't tell me that they're buying this innovative inhalation product category company and not using it to deliver nicotine.
Of course. Absolutely.
But on the pharmaceutical pathway.
Right.
And like all other NRT will be marketed as a smoking cessation product with no end date.
Right.
This will be sold as a nicotine replacement therapy, not a smoking cessation tool.
Mm-hmm.
Because they understand, as much as we hate PMI, they've had centuries, they've had 100 years on the market.
Yeah.
They may not have announced to the world that they know everything there is to know about nicotine.
Bet they do.
I know they fucking know.
Bet they do. I've got Exhibit A and B. Exhibit B is that they knew it wasn't nicotine, and they didn't care that the public health departments were saying it's nicotine. They enjoyed that. Make it a scapegoat. That's a good thing for us. We don't care. It ignores all the other chemicals we're sticking in.
Well, it won't have PG in it. No inhalable medicine on the market today contains PG.
Yeah.
I've seen people use the PG argument when it comes to inhalers.
Right.
20, 30, 40 years ago, that might have been true. None of the inhalable products today in the medical pathway use PG. None.
Yeah.
If you're using a nebulizer, it is not PG. Right. If you're using an inhaler, it is not PG. I've gone through, we've dissected the materials that are available on those products that are currently on the market. None of them use PG. So all of you people that claim to have a PG sensitivity, even though PG is hypoallergenic, yeah.
Right.
So, and Skip is knocking shit out of the park today. I wonder if they'll see new meds for neurodiversity, an ADHD nicotine inhaler. Kablam.
There you go.
And that's that's the topic that I want to focus on when Charlie comes, is to specifically talk about that.
Yeah.
Because as somebody that is, I've been diagnosed with several conditions that require that I wear that label, and it's fine.
How badly will they get their asses ripped by the body parts people around the world? Because now they're,
how dare big tobacco make medicine?
Just like the breathing machines.
How dare they buy us in breathing machines? They're gonna pack those machines full of tobacco, and we turn it on, it's gonna light the tobacco on fire and kill our patients.
It doesn't make any sense. And how are they going to know they're doing it if they keep them out of the meetings that they have to fucking kill them?
They're not allowed in.
So fuck you.
Yeah, I mean,
that's fuck you.
So
get the hell out of my cab.
PMI is going to be the one-stop shop, man. I'm telling you.
And as much as I don't like them, it's okay. I'm okay with it. If it's going to help people,
here's the thing, Kevin.
Care.
And I said this before, and with the exception of maybe you and Skip,
yeah,
nobody. Okay, so what year was the Surgeon General report out, Kevin?
The first one after the 64.
Okay, and what year did cigarette companies lose their ability to advertise on TV?
1971.
And
January
what year was the label on the pack of the cigarette says that this is deleterious or this is bad for your health? What year did they do that?
I'll guess 87, 88, 89.
But we know from the Surgeon General's report in 1964 that smoking was bad, right?
Right.
So all these people that claim that big tobacco lied to them.
Yeah.
The vast majority of people, like I said, maybe Skip. I don't know what year Skip was born.
She's
and
21.
Because you're 21. Old.
Yeah, I'm old.
None of the rest of you, big tobacco never lied to fucking any one of you.
No, they didn't lie to me either. I'm 53.
So
I made a choice.
All of this hate
to
British American Tobacco, to PMI, to all these people
is wasted energy. Completely.
They never fucking lied to you.
And
By the
People
time
don't
you were
understand.
born, they already had to admit that smoking causes cancer and it's bad for you.
And Paul
So,
will correct me if I'm wrong.
You
They've
made
also,
the choice.
Yeah.
You made the fucking choice. So it's your fault.
Yeah.
It's my fault. I smoked. I knew it was bad for me. When I was little, I would beg my parents to quit smoking. And then one day I picked up a pack of cigarettes. I was like, hey, this is pretty cool. I like this. It's calming me down. I feel better, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, you've been ingrained because they did lie to your parents and grandparents. No doubt. And your parents and grandparents might have suffered because of it. But you're supposed to learn from their mistakes. And if you don't, it's your fault. So all this hate for PMI, I'm not defending them. And none of the people that work at PMI now were there when the liars were lying.
No, they're all dead. Dave said that for years. They're all dead.
Obviously, I don't want to give them any of my money.
Nope.
But they never fucking lied to me. I made the choice to smoke myself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's your responsibility to be responsible for your choices. Am I going to go out and buy PMI products? Not if I have a choice. Not if I have a choice. But if they produce an oral sachet of dissolvable nicotine that I like, I might.
Yeah, you might.
I've said since they introduced IQOS, I'd be interested in trying it because I like smoking, and that's as close as you're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to go out of my way to buy one, but if the opportunity ever comes for me to try one, I might.
Yep.
Not in my house though, because I hear that you still smell like cigarettes. And I want my house smelling like cigarettes, but it's just the way I choose. And my brain, yes. Skip says, yes, Patrick, I became a smoker or a person who smokes. With that very first cigarette, my brain loves nicotine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I do too. That's why I vape what many people consider to be high nicotine.
There we go.
At 12 milligram.
Mm-hmm.
Which is really sad. But if you think 12 milligrams bad, you should have started when I started when it was 36 and freebase 36.
There you go. Paul, correct me if I'm wrong. Tobacco has been used medicinally. I don't mean Native Americans or indigenous. I mean in other medicine. Offhand, I don't remember the report that I was reading or the study I read. For common medicine type things, anyway. So it's not all bad, and of course, the tobacco companies probably encourage that because whatever. Now, that nicotine, what is that nicotine future, whatever the Phantom thing is? They don't have to sell the nicotine off to the pharmaceuticals. They can just give it to themselves.
Well, put it this way. Think about this internationally, Kevin.
Yeah.
If, for example, PMI creates an entire product line of innovative new nicotine products that are not smoking, that are not vaping, they can sell that product in Australian pharmacies.
Mm-hmm.
Or Australian dairies or convenience stores or whatever, and circumvent any of the current prescription model because they will go through the TGA. And here's the thing, if they go through the US FDA, that's pretty much that's like a blank check. They can fucking every other company. I mean, all they have to say is, well, the FDA approved our product and the TGA is going to approve their product. And when Gottlieb was the Surgeon General, one of the truest things he said was there has been no
commissioner.
What did I say?
Surgeon General.
When Gottlieb was the head of the FDA. No, not the same yet.
Monkey.
When he was the head of the FDA, one of the truest statements he ever said was there has been no innovation or advancement in NRT products in over 25 years.
Nope.
No new products in NRTs, not
Nope.
in FDA approved NRTs.
Wonder why?
Because they didn't need it.
Cornered the market.
They got the fucking market. You know, FDA's approved us. We don't need to improve our product. Our product is going to sell because it will sell in every Walmart and every grocery store and every pharmacy in the United States.
Yeah.
So, yes, please put our nicotine gum right at toddler height.
Yep.
In your stores. Put it in an unrestricted area where anybody can walk up and grab it.
That's my next photo, is taking Logan to Kroger and just letting him stand there. I'm not going to make him touch it. I'm just going to click a picture of him right next to it because it is his knee level.
Yes.
Dangerous.
I have no doubt.
The most dangerous thing in the world.
That horrible nicotine is going to destroy our future. But here it is right at toddler level in the fucking store.
Yeah.
All over the world. It's like they approached every retailer in the world and said, "Hey, here's our product. We want you to put it on the second shelf in every one of your stores."
Children be damned.
And at Walmart, when you walk in the main door at Walmart, it's right there.
Yeah.
Beside the self-checkout as you walk in the door.
Yeah. So, in my opinion, I don't hate the tobacco companies. At one time, yeah, sure I did. At one time, I also thought they'd put stuff in their vape just to do it, whatever. But if it's something that helps somebody stop smoking by choice and it works, great. If they understand that nicotine should be increased, even better. Because I've already got that study. Higher nicotine levels work. Now, if I'd have known that worked with the patch, I'd have bought 2 packs of fucking patches or whatever because I wanted to stop. I wanted to try to stop. And then it didn't work because I did exactly what they said to do. And 2 weeks later, I was still pissed off.
I can't find a store. I can't find a store anywhere where cigarettes are actually stored where consumers can get to them. Amanda says that some will say that cigarettes are kept at wheelchair eye level, but they're not because there's at Walmart. They're behind the customer service. You have to go to customer service. They have one checkout line that has them all behind the cashier. At convenience stores, they're behind the counter.
At Kroger's, they're on a very large wall where you're facing it when you check out, and they're under lock and key. They're actually locked. Yeah. So nobody can grab them.
At our Walmarts, they're actually behind customer service.
Yeah.
At Sam's, they're kept in a locked cage. So yeah, you have to go through the pharmacy area, and there's one checkout there where you can buy cigarettes, and they're kept in a chain linked fenced in area. So
no matter what you say, it's a retail access problem. It's not a children are getting them problem. It's an access problem. There are laws, SINAR, etc., that forbid you to buy them underage, but yet they still get them. Now it's been 21 since December of 2019. So your laws didn't stop me when I was 9.
What I think is ridiculously embarrassing for these people is they still think that if you make something illegal, that it's that they've won.
Well, the war on drugs is.
Obviously, the war on drugs, the binge drinking epidemic in universities, where kids are
high schools
dying.
High school.
High school.
Yeah, Charles has put that out there a lot.
So that hasn't stopped the youth drinking epidemic.
No, there is no epidemic, Patrick.
Well, no, because they got a way better, more powerful lobby than we do.
Yeah, it's sad.
And they've been working for decades and decades and decades.
Yeah.
Literally since Prohibition.
And Karen likes her White Claw, so really it's kind of untouchable.
In my head, I see you drinking a White Claw.
No. Miller Lite. No.
Hard seltzer.
I didn't touch Bartles and James, and I'm not touching a White Claw now. No, I did enjoy myself. I did enjoy myself a bottle or two of Mad Dog in my day. I like great Mad Dog.
Night Train Express.
I had one glass of it about 3 years ago, and I was like, halfway through, I was like, this ain't what it used to be. Holy shit, that's bad.
Boy, as I've matured, my choices of my preferences in drinking have gotten a lot more expensive.
Nastiest.
We used to drink
this drinker.
We used to drink this malt liquor, Old English 800.
Yeah.
The 8-ball is what we called it, and
Little Kings. I like those when I was a kid.
Now, as an adult, or as a much more mature adult, I'm like, the cheapest beer I'll drink is like, $16 for a 4-pack. Stella Artois would be the cheapest beer that I'll drink now.
Skip nails it. 2020 was $2 or $3 when I was a kid. Not that I could get it. Yeah.
Now, when Skip was a kid, did they even have liquor stores? Did the dinosaurs allow that to be built?
She's 21. She's a cranky old broad.
So now I'm just poking the bear.
Great Mad Dog in the 80s was good anyway.
So
to me,
did you see this tweet from Colin Mendelson? I'm sure you did because you retweeted it.
Okay.
So
you answered your own question.
apparently in Australia, the proposal is to fine people who import nicotine without a prescription.
Yeah.
Up to $222,000.
Yeah. There are penalty units like demerits. Asking for a friend. So $250,000.
200. Well, I mean, that's Australian dollars, so that's like 50 cents in America. But all
right, 60 cents. But you can get nicotine patches, gums, inhalers, and whatever the fuck else there is, and cigarettes without a penalty, right?
Without a prescription too.
And without a prescription.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tweeted. Yeah.
You quote tweeted.
Yeah.
Colin.
Because why not, right?
No, we have to. We have to amplify the smart people.
How can you possibly think that people aren't going to risk that fine? Because they will. We already know they will. And they're never going to get their money.
And I hope they do, because I want my Australian peeps to be able to not smoke.
Because it's a PR stunt at $222,000, period. There's no sense in this. That doesn't even make sense. But they're getting away with it. Why? I don't understand the fucking world. Teach me, Patrick.
I really can't. So, one more.
I love you, Skip. I love you more than Patrick, and you know that.
Mark says, when citizens have to resort to hunger strikes to protest public health, forcing to stop quitting smoking, the number one cause of preventable deaths, all cancers, lung cancers, and COPD. This is a profit-driven global health nightmare, and he's tagging Representative Jack Bergen, and he's over-tweeting or quote tweeting this article from that Scott Attrell.
Go back up.
He's on day 7 of his hunger strike against Health Canada's intention to remove flavors from vaping.
Jesus.
Hunger strike. That's pretty bad.
So go back. Well, that's fine.
What? It's still there.
In this example, pardon my lack of water in my mouth. Mark tagged his rep.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to tweet something without cussing people, come on. If I can do it, you can do it. I have faith. If you do that, you are criminals, Bruni. You're all a bunch of ne'er-do-well and freaks. So when long-haired hippies, when you have a point to make, as Mark has so eloquently, and he tags a specific representative, my assumption is in his district, definitely his state, you're making a point to that rep. And and Liana, if it's to your advantage to do so, and I'm going to go on Twitter here in a second, and I'm going to retweet the pirate, Mark, because it brings attention. Now drop back down a little more, just to see if he's got any retweets or whatever. Like,
so
you can like all you like, but
I want to. So what was it? 2 weeks ago when Thomas gave us the draft of the proposal for the flavor ban,
yes,
and the sweetener ban.
Yeah.
So this one of the languages that they use, or the language they use is that sensory attributes regulations.
Mm-hmm.
So if it smells like fruit or candy or anything, if it has a scent that is appealing, that's banned.
Very broad definition.
Extremely. So,
like, unable to get around it definition.
Yeah. I mean, they have this. I'm telling you, this is model legislation, which means that if it passes in Canada, it will be distributed across the globe.
Mm-hmm.
All these third world countries that are getting Bloomberg money will get another check and this model legislation.
Yep.
So
thanks, Australia.
Everybody.
Thanks, Canada.
This
Thanks,
is Canada.
United States.
Everybody. I mean, they're like I said a while ago, they're throwing everything against the wall to see what will stick.
You're all getting screwed right in the ass, and you don't even know it. Everyone is. Well, all of you do.
Well, I think I know.
Next are swabs. It won't be as good as a screw.
This is the next one. When you apply for your health insurance, and they have these swabs, they're going to come up and say, "Open your mouth," and say, "Ah." It's not going to be just the kids.
At what point is this beyond ridiculous? You can't go to U-Haul and get a job if you use nicotine.
And for example, yes, a job interview. Hey, open your mouth. There's a science fiction movie. It's one of my favorite science fiction movies, and it's not really it's a dystopian film. It's called Gattaca. And when you're born, they do a DNA test. And at that time, that they set your future for you. If you have flaws in your DNA, then you are limited in your future. And the main character is one of these people that are born with flaws in their DNA, and he has figured out a way to circumvent the system. And he goes into work every day, and before the turnstile opens to allow him into the office, he has to put his finger on a thing that pricks his finger and takes a sample of his blood before the door will open and let him in. Periodically throughout his work, they do a purity test. They'll go in and he has to pee in a cup, or they'll swab his mouth to see if he's in one of the approved areas. I mean, there have been films, in my opinion, that are crystal ball films, like Idiocracy. People oftentimes will point at that film and go, "That's where we're at. That's where we're headed."
84.
I look at films like Gattaca, where they're testing people for their DNA to see if they're considered what's the word?
It's for your own good.
Good enough quality to be there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I see these stories about these fucking kids having to have, their school's going to swab them.
Yeah.
And I see that, this is the fucking downfall of Western culture, of freedom.
Now, maybe you will, maybe you won't disagree. I don't know. As an example, high school football, wrestling, whatever, extracurricular. To my recollection, I had to have a drug and alcohol test, piss test, because I wouldn't do blood. You ain't getting a needle in me because I don't like you. But if you're going to do extracurricular activity,
I don't
and
recall
they say
that.
In order to do so, you have to take a drug. In later years, if you're going to have that, I don't remember nicotine, but I knew football players that smoked. But the drug test for the extracurricular is more of a choice that the child is making. Well, I'm a stoner. I don't want to play football anyway, or I'm a jock and that's that. That's fine. But I don't like it, but I get it if they're going to be on the team and that's part of their curriculum or whatever. You guys can't do drugs or you're off the team. Okay.
Well, for example, you
kind of pissy, but
this is really not relevant, but it is because it ties directly to what you just said. There's an Olympian right now that has been disqualified from the Olympics because she tested positive for THC.
Oh, see, there you go. So maybe that's why that has become the norm, because
obviously,
as you get higher,
everybody knows it's against the rules,
right?
What's his name? The swimmer boy that got all the gold medals.
Spitz.
No, the more recent one.
Lance Armstrong was the biker.
He's a bicycle.
Same idea though.
He was doping, but he's got more gold medals than anybody. I can't remember his fucking name. He's got more gold medals than any other Olympian in the history of the Olympics.
Bruce Jenner.
No,
I don't know. I don't follow it enough.
What the fuck is his name? God damn it.
Anyway,
Michael Phelps. Thank you, Mallory. Michael Phelps, during the last Olympic cycle, before the tryouts, was caught smoking pot and was able to cleanse. He had plenty of time, was able to cleanse and participate in the last Olympics, but everybody knew it was this girl that currently is in trouble knew that it was against the rules and still did it. So again, THC is not a fucking enhancer. It's not going to improve his athletic ability, but it is against the rules.
He's going to take naps.
Well, really, now this is the utter level of hypocrisy, though, of the Olympics. For example, they won't let people smoke pot.
Yep.
Right. That's against the rules.
Mm-hmm.
But they did change the rules this year, and I'm sorry if this upsets people, to allow trans athletes to compete in the category that they choose to identify as. Mm-hmm. Now, as a person who has a very decent, I do have quite a lot of knowledge in human anatomy.
Mm-hmm.
For a male, a person born as a male with the musculature of a male, to compete as a female, and I'm not trying to hurt any of the girls' feelings in the room.
Right.
They have an unfair advantage when competing against the females that are born genetically female that have the musculature of a female in certain events. In track and field, definitely the person born as a male still has most of the underlying musculature of a male, and it is an unfair advantage to allow that person to compete against people born female. I'm not trying, women can do everything most things that a men can do, but there are certain limitations. And yes,
generally that's just
if you're
how it works.
If you're using science and you're, not going on emotion, yes, certain things, girls are way better than boys, but
by and large,
a runner, I mean, if you just look at the Bolt, I think he still holds the record for fastest 50-yard dash. Look at the men's record versus the female record in that specific event, and you will see a huge difference.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Olympics have regulations in place, and they choose to observe some and some they ignore. Yeah. And I don't even want to get into the discussion about not paying attention, not respecting the flag of the country that you are competing. You haven't. Okay, I'm going to do this. You tried out to be an American Olympian. And you qualified as an American Olympian. The opportunity that has been given you is because you're from America.
Yeah.
And you're there to represent America. So when they play the national anthem, you should actually respect the flag.
At least pretend to.
It's hypocrisy if you don't.
Yeah.
Because the opportunity to be there, you've agreed to be an American Olympian. If you don't want to represent America, you should have maybe tried out for a different country.
Aren't they on the uniforms? I don't watch the Olympics.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not gonna start World War III over this, but
nope.
It seems hypocritical to me that you want the opportunity and you want any of the benefits that come with the opportunity, but then you're going to turn around and piss on the people that give you the opportunity.
Right.
Anyway, that's not vaping stuff. I just went off on a tangent.
Yep.
Because I can do that. It's my fucking show.
Nobody likes you anyway.
Fuck you.
Even Skip said fuck off. So there you go.
She did. She did. After all of the years of me saying way nicer things about her, I got upset. I got upset because Simon Chapman blocked me.
I know you're hurt. I know we know.
And I feel bruised.
That's what feelings are for, Patrick.
My ego is bruised.
That's what feelings are for.
Well, he got revenge because I made fun of his 125,000 downloads.
Free downloads.
Well, mine are free as well.
Well, yeah, but you got 500,000.
It would be nice though if I charged
fucking million.
If I charge like 25 cents a download, man, just think about how much money we would have.
We could have a national.
We could have the best. We could have the best like YouTube show about vaping ever. We could hire like real production people to make videos for us and stuff. It would be really cool. It would still be us, but I mean, it would look a little better.
We wouldn't be cooler, but the show would be cooler. They would just think we were cooler. It's like an imagination thing.
Yeah.
It's a facade.
I mean, that's pretty. If I had a quarter for every download, I would have $125,000. Why didn't I set that as a 25-cent download? Come on, man.
Why shouldn't you? Do as you're told. Do that, will you?
No.
See? So you got Skip all riled up. That's good.
I'm free to be free.
You got her all riled up. We talked about hot flashes and hard-ons. Pharmaceutical companies with the tobacco companies, because they're enemies, really. Mostly.
Yeah, mostly. They come out at night, mostly.
But they're linked. But they're linked together. They love to hate each other. I'm sure.
I just hate everybody equally.
Yeah.
I'm looking at guinea pigs right now.
Is Chapman in there?
No, it's Twitter. It's somehow it's on my Twitter. Twitter decided I should look at guinea pigs walking down a ramp.
The tobacco control meeting's over. Well, they're too cute for that. But yeah. What would interest me is if Cliff Douglas had a say about this SNRT. I'd like to.
I wish I could figure out a way to get a hold of him.
You just call his ass. Just chat him up on Twitter.
Where am I going to get his phone number?
Well, just chat him up on Twitter.
Well, I know that. Remember, because we had Gerlitz on, and Gerlitz knows him.
Yes. And
Gerlitz said that I suggested that we have Gerlitz and Cliff on the same show.
I think it would be one of the most fucking watched shows ever.
And Gerlitz said he knew him, and he had his phone number. Maybe Gerlitz just forgot. He is old.
Email Cliff at the university. Is he still there though? I thought he retired.
I thought he retired.
Well, you could start with a message. I'm sure. I've tagged him on Facebook or on Twitter many times. Maybe he is afraid. Possibly.
Maybe he's seen our show and he's like, I don't want to be associated with those two.
Right. That could be. We would clean up. I could almost wear a tie.
No, I do draw the line at fucking ties. I kind of draw the line at shirts with collars.
Hey, what are you talking about? I wore a suit this week for a funeral. I had my tie on.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, but if it's Chuckleheads are us, then no, he won't come on. But if he understands that because you already tagged him with Charles's show, I believe.
I did.
Or Dr. Glover's show, possibly. He could be with Dave. He could be with anybody. It wouldn't matter to me.
Well, I mean, we already know that we're going to get Charles soon.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting on a response from his secretary.
Yeah.
Personal assistant or whatever the proper terminology is.
Right.
As the CEO of Inco.
Yeah.
You have to,
well, honestly, rules. As a host of a show for you, I'm more the Ed McMahon thing, chuckle, ha, ha, ha. But we can read a room and we can read a guest and we can carry ourselves with some decorum.
We have in the past.
We've proved it. We've actually proved it to church-like behavior. So it's not impossible to do. I got a couple bones to pick, but I bet I can pick them gently. I bet I could. And I would actually enjoy having him on. I would like to hear his take on the SNRT closed door bullshit story. But yeah, he's
that does sort of run counter to his cry or his letter that he wrote.
Yeah, because I think his perspective is genuine, and I think he's more apt to not hold back today as he would have 2 years ago or whatever when he said I was one of them. It's a serious dive into his brain that I'd like to take. I actually would like to do that because I think not only would you and I learn a lot, I think everybody could learn a lot. It would be a great reference, to understand some of the things he knows, and Dave knows. And yeah, that's gorgeous. I wonder if he's half done. Does it say? Working on it? Or is he done?
Well, he's got to paint it, I'm sure, stain it.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, that's pretty freaking
a little bit of finishing and should be good to go.
Yep.
It's 3 inches thick.
How did he freaking get the wave in there?
It's CNC.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow.
The CNC project put the Shape Echo 3XXL to the test.
Quite a few hours, yeah.
I want this with the vaping, with a vaping logo here.
Son of Liberty, possibly? You think? Maybe?
No. I mean, this is a Second Amendment, a 2A Second Amendment Defender logo. When tyranny
becomes.
I can't. I'll have to find the actual quote. My trifocals are having problems. Oh, when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty.
Yeah,
I like it.
Trying to find it.
Didn't I just say something very similar to that a while ago?
Mm-hmm. You do as you're told. That's why.
I said something specifically.
That's not him. Shit.
Yes, Mark made mods, handmade wooden mods, and he would send them to people that he thought made a change or were hard workers for vaping.
Nice.
I never got one.
Pretty cool.
Kind of hurts my feelings.
That's what feelings are for. I tell you that over and over.
I'm gonna cry now.
Have
But
some
anyway,
tissue.
Kevin, we've been on for 4.5 hours.
Damn, did we accomplish anything?
We had fun. We
Yeah, of
made
course.
some snarky comments.
Yeah.
We
got
brought some pretty good information and education to people. So I feel proud about tonight's show.
Mm-hmm.
There is no bad part of the show as far as I'm concerned.
No.
And it's fun to do. Like I could be in bed doing nothing, or I could be here doing this.
Mm-hmm.
In a little bit, I'll be in bed doing nothing. So it still will happen.
ED is a thing.
Well, tonight I won't be able to find out. My wife is asleep already.
And Skip, you're right. What we would hear from Cliff would probably not be what we want to hear. That's part of the point.
If I only want, I mean, I don't
I'd
want
love
to
it.
always have people that I agree with on the show, Kevin.
Yeah.
Really, I mean,
I think we'd have given Chapman well more than a run for his money.
I would have given him a discussion.
Yeah.
I would have given, hey, look at my new car.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Isn't that pretty?
I love it.
Dude, before we go,
Mm-hmm.
I have a phone that sort of bosses me around all the time.
In addition to the wife. Good.
I have a smartwatch that's connected to my phone that bosses me around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I got this new car that I hook my phone to, and it now bosses me around all the time. So this car is I went ahead and paid a little bit extra and got the upgraded car with all of the safety features. And it has this thing called adaptive lane control.
Okay.
So you turn it on. I mean, you can turn it off. You turn it on, and as you're driving, if you start to cross one of the lines, like you start to move from one lane to the next, it beeps at you and tells you to get back in your lane.
So for those kids that text, it'll keep them awake. Yeah, good.
And if you have the cruise control turned on and that turned on, you don't even have to touch the steering wheel. It will within reason. It will follow the lines that are on the road.
Wow.
And the adaptive cruise, if you get too close to the car in front of you, it will automatically slow down.
3 forms of harm reduction in one sentence.
And if the car in front of you slams on the brakes, your car slams on the brakes.
Shit. 4 harm reduction tools.
I mean, the one lane control thing is kind of annoying though, because like if you're on getting on the freeway,
yeah,
and you have that turned on, when you try to cross the solid line,
it'll beep at you.
It actually makes it harder to steer.
Nice, good.
So
less accidents.
I had to turn that one off.
Yeah.
But yeah, I spent a lot more money on this than I was planning on. I was like, I told the salesman, I only want to pay $350 a month. This one is way more than $350 a month.
Oh, yeah, well.
So I'm gonna start a GoFundMe.
GoFund you.
I'm gonna start a GoFundMe. Help Patrick pay for his new car. And the thing is I bought this one. This is the EX model. So I tried the sport model, and it was a little sportier looking, but in a couple $1,000s cheaper. And it didn't have a sunroof, and it was a different color.
Yeah.
And my wife kind of eyeballed this car, and I got in it and I drove it, and I was like, this is fine. You know, it's a good car. It's got all the fancy stuff. It's got a little screen on the dashboard with the GPS and all that stuff when you hook your phone to it.
Yeah.
You know, all of your music is automatically on the thing and all that, blah, blah, blah. And the salesman, not the salesman that sold me this car, but a different salesman, he's like, you're getting the white one. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, why'd you get the white one? And I'm like, well, white's cooler and, you know, it has the sunroof. He's like, you'll never use the sunroof. I was like, bitch, I'll be using that fucking sunroof every day. I might not open it, but the shade is going to be open so that, you know, I get sunlight in the car.
Yeah.
And
you
I'm
need
not
those
lying.
vitamins. You need those vitamins in your brain.
No, because it's
UV, isn't it?
It's UV coated, so you don't get any of the benefits.
So you won't have any extra vitamins in your brain.
I'll still be a pale ass Irish dude driving this car. But I'll tell you one thing: the AC works.
I bet it does, and that's
the AC works.
That's harm reduction and comfort, isn't?
And if there's a crack in the windshield,
yeah,
they get free windshield.
No shit. Nice.
If I run over the tire and I get a flat tire, free flat tire or free tire. Free tire.
That's a good thing.
If it gets a ding, free ding fix.
Damn.
And free oil changes for the first 5 years that I own the car.
Shit. That's pretty good. But you're an oil change guy, though. You know that is an important part of your blood life of your vehicle.
Oil change.
No. You know, I know you know better.
100% synthetic oil change for a car is like $75.
Yeah.
And that's what you're supposed to use in this variable valve timing of these engines is you can't use the regular, you have to use the synthetic oil. So,
which is better, harm reduction.
Yeah. So I'm just going to go and let them, you know, change the oil for free for the first 5 years. Built into the price of the car, my friend. So
yeah, they built it in, and you're going to save on the long run. So
no, I put 4 windshields in the car that I had before. Because I'm in the car, I go, you know, I do home health. I'm on the road all the time. I'm on gravel roads. I go over a lot of construction areas, and by and large, yes, I'm going to have probably cracks in my windshield. Now I don't have to worry about paying $500 every time my windshield gets cracked. I'm just going to drive into the dealership and say, "Get me new glass."
Yep, this is broke. Go fix it.
So I don't change the oil. I've always taken my car to get the oil changed. I've never done it myself. I just let them do it.
Yep.
I could do it, but why would I?
Yep. That's a good thing.
I'm a big fat boy. I can't. I mean, this car's. This car's not super low, but I still wouldn't fit under that car.
It's dangerous.
The last funny story before we end the show is when I was at the dealership buying this car, this guy drives up in a big truck, pickup truck, and he's talking to somebody like one of the salespeople or whatever, and then he drives away, and it's a lifted truck. Well, when he drives away, apparently under his truck, a mama possum with like 6 baby possums was riding around under his truck. And they dropped out in the parking lot. And as he drove away, these, possum was walking across the parking lot, and the salespeople are freaking out because there's a passel of possums, and they're like, "Oh, and I'm like, leave the they'll be as long possums. As long as they don't crawl under your car and crawl into your car, they'll go away. They're not going to bite you." They were like running around like girls. They had never seen a possum before.
Great question, Paul. Great question. Does your car have an autopilot to the post office?
It does not. It doesn't even know. I think the car is afraid of the post office. And she's already gone, so
I know
you lost the opportunity. You missed the opportunity there.
She might come back and finish the show.
Kevin, how would you like to say goodbye to all of our friends?
I want y'all to kiss your kids, kiss your friends, kiss your brothers, kiss your sisters, kiss yourselves if you have to. Don't worry about erectile dysfunction and your hot flashes. Just let them pass. It'll be all right. That's what I want you to know. Yeah. Tough week.
Yeah.
Tough week.
I mean, we had good news though, Kevin. We had a study that proved that vaping helps people quit smoking.
Again.
We did have the story about Singapore, but we did have the good story that the health minister of India lost his job.
Mm-hmm.
So by and large, it was not a bad week. We had some good stuff. We had some bad stuff. And you know what? I believe even if every vaping company that we know of currently goes out of business, there will be stuff.
Yep.
May not be the stuff that we like right now. We may have to adapt and change. Our job is to take whatever tools that we have availability to help people stop smoking.
Mm-hmm.
And, if you really care about tobacco harm reduction, that it should be your goal, is to figure out ways to continue to help smokers.
Yep.
And I think everybody that watches our show is on board with that.
Yeah.
So I think we just have to keep fighting. We have to be compassionate and understand that everybody is not where you are right now. And it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get to where you are. But as a person that should care, you are supposed to move to where they are. You're supposed to meet them at their point, not try to push them to your point.
Everybody's different.
Everybody's different.
Everybody's different.
Kevin's old and ugly, and I'm young and handsome. See, that's how different we are.
Myself.
He fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch. I'm just saying,
Right next to Dave.
But have you seen pictures of Dave when he was a younger person? He was a handsome, rugged man,
Humana.
I wouldn't go that far. You're gonna make Demetrius jealous.
I know. Shh. You'll summon him. Shh.
So, yeah, your job this week is to pay attention, find shit that we don't already find. Follow us on Twitter. Follow all of the other amazing people that we promote on Twitter.
And Troop and Mark and Skip and Bruni and Orlando and David.
I made e-liquid this week. Last thing, made e-liquid. This is a perfect example.
Hey, me too. I got
two different flavors.
Okay.
Right.
These aren't going to the post office.
This is mine. So this nicotine and this nicotine are exactly the same.
Okay.
Except this nicotine was stored in a plastic bottle and this nicotine was stored in a glass bottle.
Ooh, I'd like to know if there is a difference.
Other than color? No. But look how, there's a distinct color difference.
Okay. You're showing the color, not the taste difference. Okay. Taste should be the same, shouldn't it?
Yes. No, it's two different flavors. It's two different flavors, but they were literally the same color when I started. So all I did was add nicotine to this one that was stored in a plastic bottle and even a colored plastic bottle. But this was stored in a dark glass bottle.
Yeah.
Will they vape exactly the same? Well, the flavors will be different, but they'll still do the job, right?
Yeah.
I just found it odd that the same nicotine stored in two different airtight bottles would drastically change. And
I lied last week. My nicotine or my volume of fluid, I think I said about 100 a month. It was actually 114. I miscalculated.
14 milliliters. You're off by 14 whole mils
in a month. Average. It's an average. 18. I'm grizzled. Gritty and grizzled.
I vape more than you do.
Well, I'm sure you do.
I vape more than you do. But anyway, We love you guys. Do all the things that we normally say. Go and enjoy the company of your family and have fun. This is a normal size weekend, not a long weekend like last weekend. Neither one of them were stored in a freezer, by the way. My current nicotine is stored in a freezer. But yeah, do your thing. Have fun. Do all the stuffs. And we will see you a week from now with more information and maybe Dr. Charles Gardner. We haven't set a date. Maybe we'll set a date. But be good. Have fun and go to bed, man. It's late.
See ya.
Peace.
No, never give up, never surrender.
We're exporting a whole lot of really bad and dangerous rhetoric, bad research, and unfortunately it's being picked up and amplified in other countries.
Never forget the elephant in the room. It's actually such a big elephant that I don't think people can even breathe in that room because it's such a huge elephant. It's the number one preventable cause of death in Australia. So when you are taking a precautionary approach, when you're like, no, we just don't know enough, I just tell them, shut up, because that just, I don't know, is killing people right now.
We're worried that, in fact, a lot of members of the public still think that using an e-cigarette is as harmful as smoking a cigarette. I mean, I have said that it would be tragic if smokers didn't quit and carried on smoking because they hadn't tried an e-cigarette, because they were worried about the safety of an e-cigarette.
It's not about really quitting smoking. Their ideological viewpoint against vaping is so strong and so weird. Like, honestly, it's just weird. I don't know why it invokes this incredible sort of anger from these people. I mean, this colleague of mine said to me when I first moved to get the inquiry up, her comment to me was, why don't they just use a patch? And I said to her, do you smoke? And she's like, no. I said, have you ever smoked? And she said, no. And I said, well, shut up then. You don't know how hard it is to quit smoking.
Engorged, anus.